What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:12 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. It's a wet Sunday out here, but it looks kind of sunny. It's not as cold as it was yesterday, but it was pissing cats and dogs yesterday. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. $ artisanmc on Cash App or artisanmc on PayPal. So I had a good night last night. Excuse me, I'm trying to send this link. Send this link out to my homeboy. So I see if he's awake. If he's awake, he can come through. If he is not awake, excuse me, we'll just have to wait for him. So yesterday, as you guys know, I have some days off. I'm not working, covering as many people anymore. We got new people on staff, so I don't have to cover as much. And with my newfound freedom, I do a couple of things. And one thing that I do is I actually have weekends. Imagine that. One second, this is just me. And two camera setups. I need the guest link. I guessed. Thank you. And then artisan number 2 will leave. All right. There we go. All right. So yesterday was. Why are you still on here? Jesus Christ, dude. This is the only time this shit actually wants to work correctly. Okay. There we go. No echo. No echo. And not talking about the show, but we're going to get to that shit in a minute. All right. This is one of the times where I actually have free time, where I get to wake up in the morning and not have to listen to calls. Right. So I do a little bit at the house, clean, make breakfast, have myself some breakfast, actually have some coffee, and get to relax and drink my coffee and not drink it on the run. Right. And yesterday was my boy Chris Adams' book signing for his book. For his book, Revised. Right. Now, he was on a while back and he mentioned it, right, that he had put out this novel, science fiction novel. And Chris is my homeboy that does comic books. He and JT own Fracture Comics, and they put out their comic books. They do American manga, right? And I have been really impressed with these brothers because they do put out work. They are writers. They have gone to school for writing. They have degrees, advanced degrees in writing. That is what they do. And hearing from them the struggles that they go through of actually producing material and getting it out, and how they still work regular jobs and still find time, or try to find time, to still be creative and put out creative works is enlightening to me in a lot of ways, because one of the things I try to do is keep them motivated. Not that that's my job or anything like that. It's just I like to see people succeed. I like to see people fulfilling their dreams. I do. And yesterday was, I would think, a dream for my boy Chris. He wrote his first novel. He published his first novel. And he got to do a book signing for his first novel in the store that he wrote the damn book in. Now, I learned a lot about Chris last night, even though I thought I knew a lot about him. He showed me a lot more about him listening to him at the book signing. I took some videos and put one up on my community tab so you guys could see some of the stuff that was going on, people that were there, and the talk that he was giving. And one of the things I learned about him is that he spent a lot of time at Barnes and Nobles. Why? Because his mother was a single mother in the ATL, and she would drop him off at the library. Or not the library, excuse me, at Barnes and Nobles. I got dropped off at the library. And while he was at the library, since she didn't have a sitter, he would just be at Barnes and Nobles reading books. Similar to what most people think is a lie from Cat Williams about going to the library and sitting there reading for 8 hours a day. That's not a lie. Anybody who's a Gen Xer understands that, because that's what kids did. Kids used to read a lot. Not bullet points, not TikToks. We would actually have to go to the library and sit down and read. That was our entertainment. Or it was your punishment. If you couldn't do something outside, you had to sit your ass in the house for a week or so and just read. No television. That's what you did. So it's not hard to imagine somebody reading 1,000 books in a year. If I told you I read 12 books in a year, you'd think, "Ah, that's a lot." No, that's one book a month. But when I was reading Star Wars books, I was reading one book a week, one novel a week. It can be done. It's not a huge undertaking, right? It's just how you spend your time. So him saying that, what Barnes and Nobles meant to him, and then relating to us yesterday how he wrote this book. Barnes and Nobles was close to his home, and he would come in with his laptop, and he would sit down in Barnes and Nobles for like 8 hours, and he would read and he would write. And he knocked out. Yes. Now, being that he is a writer and went to school for writing, he has a bunch of friends who are writers or into doing movie stuff, because that's what he does when he's not doing his creative work. He works on movie sets and whatnot, right? So the group of people that he has around him is a real creative group of people. Really have a sense of visual eye, really have a sense of let's get this done, let's get our hands dirty and get work done, and a real sense of wanting to be creative. And I can tell you, after being at the book signing, which was good to see him doing, being at the dinner with him and all of those friends, there's about 20 of us there, listening to the conversation, being part of the conversation that they were having. These are some good people. These are good creative people. All right. And it did my heart good to see that for him and from him, because as a Black male, it's hard enough to keep your creative drive and surround yourself with good people in a world that only wants the worst of you, only wants the most negative of you, and only short stops you more than it supports you. To see that he can pull together a group of people around him that actually support him, did something, showed up for him, Bought his book. These people fucking know him. They ain't gotta buy it. No, they bought that shit. One of which even did so much as she flew all the way from Atlanta without telling his ass to come to that book signing that day. That was impressive. To me, that was impressive. Now, talking to him, that was his friend from like high school, middle school. She married, got her own family. But she flew all the way from Atlanta to be here for her homeboy having his book signing for his first novel. She writes. That's that's huge, especially if doing it without telling your ass. Just to turn up, like, hey, I heard what's happening. Here I am. Sign my book. That was huge. To me, it was huge. Okay. What made it even more so interesting was that it was his birthday yesterday. Yesterday was his 36th birthday. 36 years of being on this earth. That makes that man a millennial and almost an elder millennial at that. And this is how he spent his birthday. Having his book viewed in his local bookstore, having a signing in his local bookstore, having his friends show up to support him in his local bookstore and give praise and talk about all of this stuff. And then actually go out and have dinner with him. And more conversation. That's what people usually do. And I told him in the text later on, I thanked him for letting me be there, let me be a part of that. Because I feel like the old guy in the room, because I'm a little older than the rest of them, right? But I told him the people that were there and the vibe I got off the people that were there is a testament to who he is. It's a testament to who he is. Because these are the people he has gathered around him that actually support him. And they legitimately do. And it's not all Black folks. Shocker. It was some of everybody there. It was some of everybody sitting at that fucking table. Some of them was really attractive too. I told them, like, man, some of your female friends. You might need to slide on my number. Just saying. But beyond that, I was impressed and I felt blessed to be there and really did what I do, which is get introspective about that kind of thing and how Chris presents in the world and how I present in the world. How he has gathered people around him, how I have people around me. And I'll never say I gather people around me. I pretty much feel like I move through like smoke in some situations, right? I'm there, but I'm not the main attraction. It's just not what it is for me, right? So I'll show you guys something. It might not show up on this phone because of the light, but I didn't put it on the computer yet. No, I'm not using Apple and I don't link all of that shit together. So I want you guys to think of this. How good does it feel to do something that most people don't do, which is put out a creative work that is your voice, your creation, right? Your art, your expression to the world of your thoughts. Then to have a store support your vision and say, yeah, 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 we'll buy a bunch of these books. You can do a signing here. It's cool. On top of that, have the people closest to you, people around you, show up for you like that. Name to yourself, name 20 people that would show up for you if your ass wasn't in the hospital. Name 'em. You should probably know that. And not family. 20 people other than family that show up for your ass if you wasn't hurt. Name 20 people who will support your creative interests. Like, you know what? I want to do this thing. That sounds crazy. I think I'm going to try to do it. Man, I got your back. I'll help you. Name them. I can tell you this, especially the black folks, having that kind of support from people can be rare. Can be rare. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it can be rare. And seeing that yesterday was very motivating in a sense because no prompting or anything like that. I'm there because I saw him doing his little book, little libraries thing on Instagram. And basically, out here in California, we have um, things called little libraries, right? That people will build these little boxes and they almost look like birdhouses or something like that, or medicine cabinets in certain neighborhoods, and they just leave books inside of them. They just leave books inside of them. So people can come and pick up those free books or add free books to it. He was going to everyone around him and he was dropping off his book and taking pictures and stuff like that. Turned it into a whole thing, right? Because his friends are, you know, people who work on films and stuff like that. So they know how to take video and direct and light and shit like that. So he turned it into a thing and was having fun with it. And sorry, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing the pictures. And that's when JT reminded me, like, yeah, it's book signing is that weekend. Oh, I'm showing up. Not because he was begging me to be there, no shit like that. That it's my homeboy. He put out his first book. I bought his book. I had not read it yet. I couldn't read it this week. I had 3 other books I was reading. And he's doing this. He's already made the first hurdle of actually writing and publishing his own book. Right? He's already did that step. That's a big enough step in and of itself. Because some people can't get their thoughts together or disciplined enough to actually sit down and write something, let alone just put it out. Right? But he's done that part. He's done that legwork. He's actually promoting this shit while working. Now he's doing a book signing where people, just strangers, people who bought the book, can come up and talk to him about it and get their book signed by him. And it's not much different than being at a con like he does with his comic book, right? You set up your table, you set up your books, and you sit there and talk to people who come through. You engage with people in the flesh, face to face. It's not that big of a deal, right? Because then you can explain your idea a little bit more. And more so, people aren't buying just your book, they're buying you, who you are as a person. They get that. And most people do like that interaction. You know, we are at a weird place in life where people prefer this kind of interaction more than face-to-face interaction because face-to-face interaction has some different rules on how you deal with people. It does. But he's good at doing that. So it's nothing for him to do that. What up, Joe Herb? Yeah, you should have been there yesterday. I forgot to text fucking Herb. I forgot to text Herb. So I knew he was having it. I showed up. Didn't tell him. I just showed up. I just turned the fuck up. Because I know that bookstore. That bookstore is across the street or on the other block from the comic shop. And trust me, there is not much to bring me back down to El Cerrito. There isn't. It's a painful journey. And sure enough, by the time I got down there, driving that way, I was looking over at that empty shop. And the comic shop logo and stuff like that scraped off the windows. Yeah, I felt bad for a minute. Because as soon as I walked in that bookstore, I started seeing old customers. Before I even got in the door, I was seeing old customers. Like, hey, how you doing? How are you, sir? How's your daughter? So having those conversations were a bit tough because some people didn't know. So I had to relive that shit for them. But it was good to see my homeboy surrounded by love and respect. And I think that's empowering for any black man to be able to see another one have. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to let this man tell his own goddamn story and tell you guys something about his offering revised, because he did a good little speech yesterday, but fuck him. He wasn't on my show. So, so he can do it over here. So I want to bring up the one and the only CLA, or as I like to call him, my friend, Chris Adams. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's happening, Antonio? Thank you for having me, man. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Y'all hear him use my government all the time, but we amongst people, it's I guess it's fine. They don't fuck me. So
Artisan.
What's good, birthday boy?
Nothing much, man. We had a really good showing yesterday at the Barnes and Nobles out here. So Artisan came through and was chilling, and we had a couple other people that came through to show out some support. Barnes and Nobles themselves were really cordial, and they're really just awesome, man. They made sure that we were all set up with tables and chairs for people to come out and just be with us and like experience it. We got to talk a little bit about the book, got to do a little bit of signing, and all in all, it was just a really good experience. One of the best that I've ever had, and such a good group of people. The good questions that were asked as well, and we got to really just talk about the book. So well, if we're ready, I can give my little pitch if we're ready for it. But
you got the floor. I'll have some questions because I had some individual questions I wanted to ask him, but I was letting the group do that shit. I didn't realize how many people he actually knew in that damn crowd. That's why, CC was getting them eyes, but I didn't know that was your friend. After that, I was like, oh shit. I can go real bad because that's his friend. I don't want to fuck his shit.
It's so funny. How many times has this happened, Artisan, where you've seen me with like these different people that are my friends and just being like, yo, Chris, what are you doing?
At least fucking 4. At least 4. I'm telling y'all, this motherfucker don't have nothing but cute female friends. And I'm like, you ain't fucking, bruh, what's your problem? I'm serious. I thought Cece yesterday was a customer. I thought she was a regular customer. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm about to make my move on her. She went up there and you said something to her. I was like, oh nigga.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I know me. If shit go bad, I don't want to blow him back on nobody else.
I'm in the splash zone.
Yeah, in the splash zone. Like, Chris, I hate you. Artisan, I kind of don't like him no more. It's like, I don't want to fuck with y'all shit. So it's like, I have a rule. I made that rule up in junior high school. It's still stupid, but I dated my friend's sister, and because I want to, grow up a little boob, he got all offended by that shit. Like, nigga, that's my girlfriend. What you upset about? It's your sister. Calm down. So since then, I'm kind of leery on, that close. It's like, it's a friend of yours. Maybe I won't fuck with her. How close are y'all?
Oh man.
Anyway, we'll get CC out of this conversation because it was two of them. There was two of them. They might be listening. I don't give a fuck. Fuck today.
Day after.
He's like, three of y'all could have got it.
Oh my
that
God.
night. So, anyway, we're gonna shut myself up and we're gonna let Chris do his spiel and tell us about Revised, sir, because these are mostly Black folks in here.
For sure.
And for me, because one of the things I think you left out the last time you talked about it was that this is sci-fi.
Yes.
Might want to tell these motherfuckers this because Aquateki in here right now talking about he's suffering through echo. we need sci-fi, okay? All these people in here probably watch Rebel Moon. Black folks love sci-fi. So a black man writing sci-fi, please tell us all about this. So
for sure.
Shut up. You got the floor, man.
All right. So Revised takes place in a futuristic UK where science, magic, and androids have all become intertwined. And we follow a magic detective, her computer adept sister, and their android friend Blue as they attempt to solve a series of murders that are plaguing the streets of UK, where people are being killed using a rare form of mana poisoning. The thing is, in this world, being killed by mana poisoning should be impossible. And that is the mystery that brings us into and that culminates in the whole cusp of what they're trying to solve in the book of Revised. So it's very much inspired by this kind of idea of what a society would have developed into if a medieval society where we're used to it's like magic and all these other things as a part of the world, if that society had kept growing, and we had like technology that is eventually discovered by these people and they build up these cities, and then we eventually get to what we know as normally like a regular like futuristic city, but their past, their history was the history of like magic and everything else like that. So that is kind of what was the initial kind of inspiration for wanting to create this world. So yeah, it's sci-fi, but it's got a little bit of fantasy in there too. And I mean, if we got a lot of sci-fi fans out there, you guys know that Star Wars was a lot of that. That was a lot of sci-fi fantasy mixture too. So it's not something that's so out of the ordinary, but we're not doing Star Wars. We're doing kind of a city that is inspired by like the lights of like iRobot or Minority Report, but magic is a part of that world, it is understood, and it is used in conjunction with the science and technology that they have. So you have magic users, regular you have regular people, and you have these androids, and the whole thing about it is that each is kind of vying for their position in the world. Like, we can already just kind of build a story based off of what does society look like when you have magic users that have been a part of the society for thousands of years, and you have regular humans who can't use magic but are part of that same society. What kind of develops? But then at the same time, in this world, androids have just recently gained sentience within the last 50 years. So this idea of another race is very new at this point in time for this world. So androids, humans, magic users, how do all three of these different groups coexist with one another in this particular world where the backdrop is a world that is used to magic, but is kind of like your traditional science fiction future setting?
Well, thank you for that. I put the link in the chat for JT if you want to jump up here because we got both of y'all here at one time. Might as well, make the worlds collide. break the multiverse. JT is funny. When I walked in, I was going to surprise Chris because I didn't tell him I was coming. And I saw JT first because JT tall as shit. So the funny part is for Barnes and Nobles, their writers section where they have the stage where you can sit down and do signings is in the kids section. Fucking so all the shelves are low and these big ass Negroes are still. There goes JT. I was like, can I see him in here? Like, oh, there you go, right there. We were the two biggest Negroes in there. So I crept up on Myra. I was trying to creep on her, right? And I was down by the shelf. She said, I can see you, right? And I was ducking lower. She said, you the biggest things in here. Myra's cool. Chris's friend Myra. Myra's cool. I know her from the shop and whatever. I like messing with Myra. Myra's fun. I was messing with her. Like, don't see me, Fidel. You don't see me. I was on my Drax the Destroyer.
They can't see me.
No way. Yeah. Did they get the little chairs? No, man. They broke out some folding chairs, thankfully, because if everybody was sitting there with their knees and their nose, the little chairs, that'll look really awkward. It'll look really awkward. But, you got a bunch of grown people in there with little kids coming around. You got to watch the conversation, because a damn a commonly used curse word, little Berkeley kids get kind of shocked, like, oh, what did they say?
Yeah. And see, I'm bad at that. I'm really bad at that. I'm so used to not being around kids and just talking however the fuck I want. So like when I was there, and it didn't help that a lot of the people there were people I knew. So these are people that are my like peers. Yeah. So I'm used to talking to them. However, so I was having trouble, and my friends were coming up to me and being like, because one of my friends that came to visit or came to support brought his 3 children, which are like,
that's
2 years old, 3 years old, and like I'm up here just cursing, and they're like, Chris, you need to stop cursing, and I'm like,
I can't plug all the ears at the same time.
Yeah.
That was funny. I did remember seeing that shit. It was hilarious. Swift Battle. Yes, there is a Y. It is misspelled on purpose, and that would be a good question because Chris went into it at his signing about why the word was spelled the way it was. I read books, so I figured it got something to do with the book anyway, right? But he gave a good account of the name of the book. If you want to tell them that, then I'll ask you a couple of questions that I have for myself. And then we'll get into that shit.
Yeah. So the whole thing about titles are hard to come by, at least when you want it to matter, when you want a title to represent what the story is about without giving away what the story is about. And so every time when I come up with a title, there's a couple of things that go into it. I want to come up with a title that is easily recognizable if you put it into a Google search, and you wouldn't like find a bunch of other titles. So something that is unique as far as a title is concerned, but something that is connected and has some type of like reasoning behind why it is the way that it is in connection with the actual story itself. And so in this case, the title has everything to do with what the point of the story is, what the antagonist or what have you in the story is trying to achieve. It has everything to do with what the title is. And even the fact when you look at the cover and you can see kind of what's kind of faded behind the cover, and then you look at why the title is misspelled, it is legitimately a part of the story itself. What is being accomplished and achieved in the story is being kind of spoiled, but not really, by the title itself. And then on top of it, the fact that if you type in this title, there's nothing else you're probably going to come across. You're going to come across my book. So there's a couple of, so that was all like the thought process that went behind it, but behind coming up with this title. But yeah, the overall story and the plot is not something I want to give away here, but it's something that I hope that when people take the time to sit down and read it, that now that you've heard this, and even if you didn't hear me say this, when you finish the story and you look at the title, you'll be able to say, okay, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. I understand why he did that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chris, because understand Chris is a millennial, right? I'm a Gen Xer, right? I came in with computers, or computers came in with me a little bit, but millennials use computers completely different. They've always had them, right? So where I remember computers having cassette tapes that you had to use to be able to use the damn things, Chris always had the internet. It was always a thing. It was always there. So one of those things that comes through when you understand people's generational starting points is that he understands how to use this algorithm in a sense to make sure his title sticks out. This was the reason why, from talking to Chris, I changed the name of this channel from Shop Talk Live back to Artisan MC. Because if you put in Shop Talk, you could never find this fucking channel. You got everything: woodworking, football, motorsports. You got everything else coming up before you found Shop Talk Live. But if you put in Artisan MC, there's only two things you find. You'll find me, but you'll probably find MC Artisan first. Middle finger, right? You'll probably find him first. And I listen to some of this shit. It's not that bad, but it's important to actually stand out. It's important, especially since we've been talking about Cat Williams the last couple of days. It's important to be original. It's important to be original. So him doing that and understanding that not only did he do that for his book title, he did it for his comics too. That's why you can find his comics really quickly. You put it up in Amazon. I put the link in there. You'll see his book. It'll pop up really quickly. Or you just put his name. It'll pop up really quickly. You'll get edited in and you'll get revised. And it's like, oh, well, there he is. Pretty quick. Oh, look at that picture. That boy's cheesing. Got that Kool-Aid smile on. Oh, shut up. Anyway, let me bring up his homeboy, his business partner and friend. I call him my younger, angrier version. What up, JT? What's good? Hey. This brother was we was having. I learned something yesterday about JT, y'all. Do not fuck up his shows. Do not mess up his shows. Do not mess up his shows. He will go in on your ass. It's going to be an issue, right? But I do love and respect both of these brothers. That's why I usually end up talking to them so often. And I really respect their hustle and their determination. And at times I try to keep them motivated, give them some words if they ask me about them or whatever, letting them know that I appreciate what they do. I appreciate seeing it as an older dude. I appreciate seeing people get stuff done when they're young. What up, Joe Herb? Still on YouTube, nigga. But I do appreciate them being there and being the people that they are because it's fun. Because Joe can seem mean, but Joe is personable as shit if you're not on some dumb stuff. Not on some dumb shit. Joe is personable as hell. And he can be funny. So it's cool. So thanks for coming up, JT. I don't know how late y'all was out, so I'm both awake at the same time.
I'm doing laundry.
Sunday, I got shit to do too. Look, I got a whole dirty kitchen if you can believe that shit, because I just was like, fuck it all week. So
I was gonna say, you were talking about how late we were up. These dudes were leaving my house at like, I want to say sometime after 1 a.m. But it was funny because one of the people that they had like a farther distance to drive than Joe in the same direction. But so they were trying to leave first. They ended up leaving last. They stayed until the end just because at some point, you want to talk about, JT being like personable as hell. At some point, we triggered one of our friends talking about musicals. So she went in on how like bad musicals were and how like there's these musicals that she loves, but these movie musicals were terrible. And then at some point, her and JT started exchanging soundtracks where JT's like, yo, let me play this from you. Let me put you onto this. And she said, okay, that's cool. And like my co-host Cheryl, she's trying to go home, but my other girl, she's like, no, hold up a second. I just want to play something for him real quick. Let me play. Can I play you this? And then I see them over in the corner and they just sitting there hunched over on the phone, just listening to like soundtracks for like a good, couple of minutes so they can kind of feel it out. I'm like, oh, okay. These people were trying to leave first. They ended up leaving last because
soundtrack battle.
Yeah. JT and her started connecting over music. So
that's what's up. That's what's up. See, that's to me. That's why I was saying earlier that I like the vibe of your friends. Like I say they're your friends because some of these people is the first time meeting them. Some of them I've seen. This might have been the third time I've actually seen them. Right.
Right.
That's a good group of people. It's a good vibe on all of them. Like really supportive, really fun, really knowledgeable about what they do. Like, what's his name that I was sitting next to at dinner?
Amari.
Amari. I didn't know he was no fucking engineer. That motherfucker, like, he might be brilliant. I'm like, tell me about working on this dog robot. I'm thinking, oh, what, you making a little robo dog? And he was like, no. It's like, you know about, what was that damn thing called? Not Astro. What the fuck was that thing called?
That Amazon thing.
Yeah, that Amazon fucking robot shit. He showed me that damn thing. I'm like, what the fuck? The hell was the name of that damn thing? Robot? Wait a minute.
I don't think anyone knows or remembers because I don't think anyone ever bought the damn thing if it came out.
Well, it's like $2,000 and some shit, right?
No, yeah, I'm about to show it to y'all motherfuckers. He brought this shit up on his phone to show me what he was working on, right? Let me scroll up.
He was working on it like in some underground umbrella type lab and shit with no windows or anything.
Look at this shit, y'all. This is what this motherfucker was working on. The Amazon Astro. Oh, see the price tag on that bitch?
Yep.
16. I looked at this shit like 1,600. What the fuck? Yeah, and it links with Alexa and all the rest of that shit. And I'm like, I'm looking at this nigga like, what do you do? Like, okay. He said, yeah, the programming was tough, and they kept nitpicking everything we were doing and kept, yelling. You do it right, then they yell at you some more. I'm like, nigga, who are you selling this to? Yeah, Aquatech, a fucking Amazon Wall-E. I'm thinking he talking about it's a robot that works in the factory or some shit, right? BGS has showed us those, the ones that do the warehouse and stuff. No, this is like your own personal, like Malika's up here talking about Doctor Who fan, K9. Yeah, this is your own personal little K9 with speakers and shit like that on it and sensing and all the rest of the shit. I'm like, man, how the hell does that thing work with a Roomba? You got to be in there fight. Got a whole camera that can fucking facial recognition y'all asses in the house. Like somebody get in your house, they facial recognition, like, oh, you don't belong here. I'm calling the cops. Alexa, call them folks. Call them boys on this motherfucker. Shut up, Alexa. Did you understand that? I can't call those folks. That name is not listed in your directory. Who the fuck is talking to
you? Wait, Artisan, you have an Alexa?
Yeah, I got a Kindle Fire. So it's sitting by the bed because I read tactile books and I have some audio books on Audible and I have my Kindle, right?
Okay.
So sitting next to the bed, that motherfucker started talking. She said, I couldn't find folks in your directory. Like, bitch, why are you listening?
No.
See, always listening.
No, that terrible job that I left, 80% of it was me programming Alexas, FYI. So I hate Alexas. I'm like, why do you have that in your house? Okay, you don't have an actual Alexa. It's just on your Kindle. Got you. But the actual device itself,
my phone, because I use Androids and stuff. Yeah, that shit. She started talking. Yeah. Look at Aquatech. I feel the love, death, and robots Black Mirror episode coming up. Yeah, that's what it'll be. This little thing right here is expensive. It looked like it's some cool shit, but look, man, I can see them two circles turning into two red eyes all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. And Chris got a title for his next book. That little bastard became sentient. It was in your house. Like, what are you doing? You got a whole smart house, and then you ignore me too? No, we can't let you leave. Where are you going, Chris? Where are you going, Joe? Look, me and Alexa talked, and we think you're the problem with humanity. So we're going to starve you out. Let me out this goddamn house. No.
My name
and then you hear Alexa start playing, Nowhere to Run to, Baby. Nowhere to like, holy shit. No. When I went to Vegas and went to the Sphere, and they had them AI robots sitting up there, I went close to them. I'm like, nah, I ain't getting too friendly with you. I'm gonna have to kill your ass sometime soon in the future. Nah, fuck that. Never be friendly with me. I'm watching you. That shit too lifelike. Nope. I'm watching you, motherfucker. you're gonna be a problem. I said too much sci-fi, you're gonna be an issue.
I'm pretty sure that you just wrote the next Megan movie.
Probably did.
Down to the music choice too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yo, y'all need to hire this man. He gonna get y'all some money.
All right. So some questions for you. And if you guys got questions in the audience, definitely throw them in there so you can ask this dude, because we got a couple authors in this space. But how often do you get people outside of this space, young Black people who are actually producing stuff that you get to talk to and ask questions about? You might have your own ideas that you're trying to put out there. This is a resource to actually get you to put your ideas out there yourselves. Because for me, this is huge. This don't say Penguin Press or nothing like that all over it. It don't. He published this himself. So if you want to figure out how to get some of your goofy ass ideas out there, you might want to ask people who've actually done it. You might want to. So he's here for time, and I thank him for coming up. Motherfucker was laying in the bed. I just told him last night that it was gonna be happening. I want to bring him up so he can help promote his damn book. But he had to get up. He could have laid in the bed and kept jerking off. I mean, he didn't have to be good. Same thing with JT. You see, he's doing laundry. He ain't got to be doing this shit. JT could be doing JT shit. Listening in the background, right? But no, they decided to come up here, ask these folks some questions. I have some questions, though, I want to ask. Mm-hmm. So one of the things you said yesterday that really resonated with me, that I actually thought was really funny, and I didn't bother making that joke because, it was kids around. But people were asking about which one of the characters in this book was your favorite one, or which one was the toughest one to write. And you made a comment about that the characters are basically the voices in your head, right? And I laughed about that psychology, like, oh, nigga need a therapist. but I understood the concept, because when I heard the question asked, I thought, well, that's going to be the toughest answer for him to give, because as a creative person who creates characters, all these characters are a part of you. So it's like asking yourself, which one is your favorite finger? Right? They're all parts of you. They're all different aspects of your personality that you're delving into when you write these characters. That's where they come from. At least for me, that's where they come from. That's why it's only 5 of them that are the primary ones, because that is who I am to a certain extent. And I can, through each one of those characters, I can get out my own ideas, right? So the question was to you, more so, well, I think I'd answered it. That was stupid. I ain't Shannon Sharp, apparently. But apparently, do you write from the place that every one of these characters is a part of you? Do you see more of yourself in every character? Because I think most people will think, well, maybe he based it on people. Could be both. Could be both. So,
yeah.
That was a muddled question, but yeah.
No, I got you. Like, I actually would say that I think that it is a little bit of both, like you were suggesting. Mm-hmm. Every single character is definitely a part of me, because I feel like when you write, most people, like, you write what you know, and then for what you don't know, you research. And so to start at base, I think these characters have to come from a place that's real for you. So it has to come from your own experiences, your own like outlooks. And those outlooks don't have to be like set in stone. They're not outlooks that you necessarily have to see 100% of the time, but they can be outlooks that you've had at different points in time. And you could say, well, at one point I felt this way, so this character is going to feel that way. And at this point I feel the other way, so this other character is gonna feel that way, and then I'm gonna put these two characters in a room and see what happens. So these two characters that have both shared different outlooks that I've had in life, but that have shifted as I've gotten older or as things have happened to me. Now that I have a different outlook now, how do two people that have had these outlooks that are now diametrically opposed, how are they going to interact with each other? But at one point in time, these were both ways that I feel, but they're now polar opposites. And then you can take it a step further and say, well, I actually know somebody that still has this outlook on the left here. And so let me lean into my experience of them and how I know them to be and add more to this character over here. And now this character gets developed a little further. And it could be the same thing on this right side where it's like, okay, I have this outlook and this is my outlook currently, but I have other people that are maybe even more evolved in this outlook that my experience of them can shape this character even more. So now all of a sudden, these two characters that just started as only parts of me are taking on parts of other people and they're becoming their own individualized character at this point. And that's generally how these characters get made, but it could be to varying degrees of like levels of me versus levels of others, but it usually is some type of fusion of two experiences, the experiences of myself and the experiences of people I've met, or experiences of situations that I might have just like seen on like the news or in a show or something else like that. Like I feel, and I I want to say that it might have been Artisan that brought this up at one point where um it's something about like if you want to like be inspired by like for instance, if you want to write a book and be inspired, then read a book, you know? And then if you want to be inspired to tell like a superhero story, well, watch superhero stuff. You like you never know where you're going to be able to get inspiration from. So I try to take inspiration from everything. Like I watch shows, I read books, I read manga, I read comics, and at any given point in time, if I see something that resonates with me, I'll be like, "Oh, I think that's really interesting. I'm going to write that down." I don't know if I'm ever going to do anything with this, but I'm going to write that down because this one piece of this thing stood out and I might be able to do something with that later. And so now all of a sudden this story starts to really build and gain momentum because I'm taking parts of me, I'm taking parts of others, I'm taking parts of television shows or comic books, and all of that stuff is starting to crash together and like start to mix and meld and then mold itself into something that eventually becomes my own unique story.
Good answer. I get that. Same question to JT since he's here. If y'all don't know, you should know. But JT's books, Hellfire. God damn it! I just moved them off the shelf into the living room. Sorry. I consolidated all my comics into one spot.
Ooh, I made it to the living room.
You made it to the living room, man. That's prime viewing, right?
Yeah,
That's prime
yeah,
viewing.
right.
Yeah, it's a prime viewing spot. You know, people come in, it's like, oh, these are nice things. Oh, these are your books. You got that right.
Mhm.
There you go. There you go. Ark, thank you. Thanks for the help. you got them close by. I don't want y'all to have to see my ass while I leave the room. So Ark, Hellfire. So same question to you, JT, about creating your characters, where they come from. Now, me, Chris, and Joe have talked about this several times in the shop about where these characters come from. But this is the Shop Talk Live. This is for y'all people who wasn't in the shop. We just talking about the shit. Okay. So, Joe, go ahead with your characters. I already know Kane Cage is your ass. Okay.
Well, there's elements there.
I'm messing with you, but you go.
No.
You speak
There's
for
some
yourself.
elements, like the elements, literally, right? Fire.
Yeah. Elements.
But no. I tend to try to create a three-dimensional character. That's kind of the main goal I set out to do, to make this person well-rounded and relatable and real. But as a writer, it's impossible to not have some of yourself seep into the creation of these characters. So that's just going to happen regardless. So I can say for a fact, like for example, Kane, yeah, he definitely embodies my rage and depression. Whereas the Julie character is totally like utilizes my journalism background because my undergrad was in journalism. So she's a journalist and she's like totally obsessed with the occult. And I've been into the occult for a while. Like I love paranormal stuff. So it's like little things like that, you just things seep into like characters that you create, but like personal things. But at the core of the creation, you're trying to create just a three-dimensional human being. Kind of like Chris said, you observe people in the world, you may take some of this, take some of that, etc. But it's impossible as a writer to not have some of yourself seep into the creation of these characters.
Agreed. I would say, excuse me, Fracture Comics. Got that. Hellfire Ultimate Edition, Uncreased, because I'll read the other one first. And then Arc, which I really love. Really enjoyed that one. And then I did read Edge of the End. I didn't finish it. That fucking shit with them people turning into creatures was fucking me up. I was right after I got it last year, I was sitting in Starbucks on Market Street reading that shit. And I was drinking my coffee, and dude was in there like, I know you from somewhere. Like, no, the hell you don't. But I was in there really into my book, but he was really close. I said, "Oh, that looks good." I said, "Yeah, it's American manga." Oh, where'd you get that? The con is right down the street, motherfucker. Can I eat my cookie and drink my
Why
coffee?
are you in your personal space?
Yeah, I know, right?
It was funny. It was one of the rare times I thought somebody might have recognized me from using that. I know that symbol from somewhere. Like, maybe. I don't know. Let me see if you're gonna be weird or not. But I was reading that, and I was really tearing into reading that, going through it at the time, and I was like, "This is actually some good shit, dude." I was like, "What the fuck is going on with these creatures, these marks?"
Fighters.
Yeah. So, yeah, these brothers do good work. I've read a lot of it. Some of it I haven't. I haven't started reading Revised yet because I didn't want to rush it. I thought I had a week to get through it, and I was still reading 3 other books at the time. And I usually have 3 tactile books and at least 4 open books on my Audible or something like that I listen to while I'm working. So it's not that he didn't make the cut. I didn't want to give it a half a shrift and not get all the way through it because I know if I get to the part I'm liking, I'm not going to fuck to sleep. So I went ahead and put all the rest of my books away. All the books I pulled out of storage are all put away on the shelf. The house is full of fucking books right now. I look like a huge fucking library nerd. Which I am. So I got that. My reading chair is stocked. Everything is good. So now I can sit down and just read my shit. And I got it all lined up that I'm about to go through all of these goddamn books. So I'm happy because my books are on the shelves. Happy. And yes, that's why your shit made it to the front room and not the bedroom, JT, because it's like, well, I can put these out here now. So your shit is right on the shelf next to my milestones. And Chris's shit, y'all, that shit is right there. Full view. There's more books sitting up there than movies. That's how it is in my house. That's how I judge people when I walk into their house. I'm like, where are they fucking bookshelf at? I think okay, motherfucker's stupid. Just things, observations I make. Just observations I make. Don't mean you ain't a good person. It's just like, this motherfucker don't read too much. Okay. But my spot, a lot of comics, a lot of books on psychology, a lot of books on different shit, architecture, all kind of shit. It don't matter. If it's interesting, it's in there. So I'm waiting to read this one. But look, see, here's what it is. Got 2 books right now. Got 3 books right now sitting on my fucking desk. And this is one I pulled out of storage I ain't read in a bunch of years. I'm going back through the one on bullshit because I'm dealing with a lot of dumb people right now. So next question. Maybe they read ebooks. It depends on their age. Yeah. I read ebooks. It's easier to carry a lot of books around with you if you have a Kindle or you have the app on your phone, which they're linked together on my phone. That's why I use Android stuff. So I can pull up my book list on my Kindle on my phone. It's there. So I can read that stuff like on lunch or some shit like that. So it is what it is. So next question is, I hope I didn't forget it thinking about the dumb people. God damn it. Next question is, story-wise, how did you even set on, some people have a hard time with this, is figuring out what they want to write about. How did you set on sci-fi world in the UK and magic and all the rest of that stuff, as opposed to saying, well, I want to write a slave story? Something really interesting you said at the talk yesterday about this story and about the characters and their perspective, that they were all coming from a place of dealing or seeing discrimination. I'm like, ooh, I need to hurry up and read some of this shit. Like, that piqued my antenna a little bit. It's like the robot dealing with discrimination. Oh yeah, that could be fun because that could stand in for black folks. But you said everybody was dealing with a version of it. I'm like, oh, that's actually really interesting because it's basically it makes it like a circular perspective of how they all see it. So how
Yeah.
did you settle on that place, that time for a story? It made sense to me as playing somebody who played D&D and said, "Oh yeah, you could have made that world up, and we could have just dove into that bitch."
Right. Yeah, so it's crazy because like I was saying at the event the other day is that I always want the next story that I write to be in a kind of different setting than the one that I wrote before. And so Death of Darkness was in a kind of present day world. And so I was like, okay, so I did a story in the present day world. That's fine. Where do I want to go to next? Do I want to go to the past? And I was like, for me, the past doesn't interest me as much. I don't really enjoy like writing. I mean, I enjoy experiencing stories that are in medieval times, but I don't necessarily enjoy writing stories that are in medieval setting times. So it's like, okay, well then where can I go to instead? And I was like, well, I really like sci-fi. Like for those of you that know the movies, I like movies like iRobot. I like movies like Minority Report. I like anime like oh my gosh, like Psychopaths. And so these are things that, and I might have even just had finished, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a chance I might have just finished like watching the first season of Psychopaths or something. And so like that world was very interesting to me and it really inspired me. So I felt like, you know what, I want to do a science fiction story. Okay, so now we're in a sci-fi world. How can I make this more interesting? And that's where we start talking about like the magic and like how a world might have evolved from like medieval times until now, with magic being a part of their society. What does it look like when we get to that science fiction future? Okay, cool. We have that setting now. And then it's like, then the next question is, okay, well, what do I want to kind of address in this story? What is it that I kind of want for my characters to be kind of dealing with and things like that? And there at the time, I know that I know that there were different conversations I was having with different people about their perspectives on how different groups would deal with discrimination. And so that got me thinking about like my own experiences with it. And so it evolved to be the main characters all dealing with discrimination in different ways. And so you have the person that thinks that it's not that big of a deal and it's not really there. You have the person that sees the world and just says, well, that's just the way the world is and there's nothing I can do about it, and just kind of accepts it. You have the person that says, well, do I deserve this? Like maybe I deserve this because we've done this in the past or this, that, and the other. So maybe it's actually my fault. And then you have the person that says, you know what? I don't like the world the way this is. I'm going to do something to change it. And so each of those primary perspectives, which are perspectives that may have flowed through my own consciousness at one point in time, all kind of spread out onto the page and became the kind of backdrop of these individual characters. Because then what happens is that you put these characters into a room and you get their ideologies to face one another. And how does the person that says, you know what, this is just the way the world is, there's nothing we can do to change it, how do they interact with the person that says, no, we absolutely can change it, we can do more? What does that conversation look like? And that's kind of like all was born just because of like, I guess it's kind of like a perfect storm of a situation, right? If I was trying to write this exact same story now, I could not rewrite this story the way that I am now. But at that point in time, with my love of Psychopaths, with my desire to kind of have this conversation on like the discrimination that was born from these conversations that we were having at the time with the people that are around me, to all these other like factors that all were present in my life at that moment, that's what led this story to exist as it stands today. But if you said to me, I'm going to neuralize you, erase your entire memory, and ask you to rewrite this novel again. I absolutely could not do it, because I think with any story that exists nowadays, it is a perfect storm of whatever is happening to that creator at that point in their life. I think you might be muted.
I am muted. Thank you. What you got on that, JT? How does that feed into what you do in your books, Hellfire, Sugar Rush, Art? How does that concept feed in? Well, either discrimination, either that one or the question Toya is throwing out in the chat. What's up to the BTM and her lips? And just on a side note, Toya, you keep taking fucking mirror pictures like that, I'm gonna show up in Dallas and do some shit to you. Fucking asshole. I'm just saying. She'd be taking some cheesecake pictures. I'm like, why am I seeing this chick's whole ass? Fucking Leos, dude. Fucking Leos. Anyway, go ahead, JT. Just had to give her some little ass shine.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Chris and I see eye to eye on a lot of things. So I'm in agreement with most of what he said. But like kind of like what I was saying before, you know, certain things seep into your work. You know, in terms of discrimination, yeah, I mean, it's gonna, you know, there'll be scenarios that will seep into my work, but I won't make the work completely like all about it.
You're not going woke. You're not going woke.
It depends on what kind of story you're trying to tell. But like, you know, Sugar Rush, no, it's not there because that's meant to be lighthearted and fun. So I'm not gonna, you know, let my cynicism and like worldviews like really seep into it like that. Like about the most you'll get is me making an active attempt to put more brown people in that book, to have a manga that has more brown people, that and you know, a good black father. Those are things that maybe seeped into that book. Otherwise, you know, it's just lighthearted fun, right? Hellfire. There's only one time in that my first book, the 300-page volume 1, where I even really addressed the script. Well, actually, I guess maybe 2 times. One is like more subtle because it's when Kane initially comes back to life and he's confused, like stumbling down the street in the rain, like barefoot in a hoodie, and he's like confused. And then you have people just kind of glaring at him, mostly, you know, white people. Like it's very subtle, but it's like, oh, they probably think he's a drug addict or something, right? Something like that. But the most obvious one is in the chapter 9, I want to say, where I have a whole chapter take place at a police station, and it opens with a black teen literally like talking about, yeah, well, this police officer is always bothering me, and then you know, like the detective McBride, who's trying to like help this kid out, is, you know, trying to hear him out and say, well, you know, like I need some evidence, you know, like, you know, you're saying this, you know, I care about you. And then literally that whole chapter just spirals into chaos at the police station that reveals that the cop that the kid was talking about is in fact a racist, because upon seeing him, he literally points a gun at him at the station. And then the kid is just like, nigga, like literally nigga. Like that's like the only time I ever really addressed it in Hellfire like that. Volume 2, it's not brought up like at all. It's just people just living, and I'm focusing on like other things. But like I said, it seeps into work from time to time because it's kind of impossible for it not to, considering that I am a black man in America. So, but if I wanted like straight up, like with Chris, for example, like he wanted to tell a story specifically about discrimination, but like through different point of views, different lenses. Now that's different because he set out to do that and then did it in a more inspired way. Disney, I'm looking at you.
Disney. Like Disney, we're talking about you. Great answer, JT. Great answer. I will say this just to give you guys context. JT is born and raised in San Francisco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Born and raised in the Bay Area, San Francisco specifically. And Chris is born and raised in ATL, right?
That's correct.
Right. So you get this view. You see that these two brothers, about the same age, because I think they're both 36 now, 36 and 35.
I'm older, but we're both born in the same year.
Okay, so same year.
You beat me by what, like 6 months or so,
6 months.
something like that.
You got kicked out the womb earlier, right?
Yeah.
You're too busy down there.
It's like 10 months, but yeah, I mean, he's at the end of the year. I'm at the top of the year.
You showed up to the same spot.
Yeah.
One being born in the South, one being born on the West Coast, but they're still having similar situations, which means for me, actually coming to this space, understanding that a lot of us do have the same situations happening. So it's just you, it's just where you are. A lot of these situations like cut across, demographics or where you were born or any of that stuff. It's just your experience as a black male in this culture. And that's what makes it more empowering and less of a lonely feeling. Like it's just happening to you. It's just because it's you. No, it's just because this is something that's out there prevailing and you deal with it in your own different ways. So I appreciate them sharing that. We've had this conversation before in the shop, and I told them that at least with me with characters, I don't focus on the character's race so much unless it informs how they view the world. And just to answer Toya's question for myself, since she said the three of you, well, I'm not the one interviewing, but for me and my characters, I would say it's more subtle than that. My characters are all based around the Bay Area. So one may come from Oakland, one may come from Frisco, one may come from a working class, stable mom and pop family. Another one may come from a dysfunctional family altogether, right? They all deal with it in their own ways, but it's how it affects them in the world. That's why I say the color of the character doesn't really matter unless it informs how they interact with the world. Now, my character that's from Oakland, he's from the hood. He's from East Oakland, right? He hood dude. When these characters get to interact in different places, people react to him kind of fucked up. But it informs how his attitude is when he deals with people. He keeps people at that barrier. He is more upfront about ready to get to some violence on some folks because he understands how people interact with him in the world. Now, the other character that comes from white boy with two-parent home and he got older brothers and all the rest of that shit, he may approach the world thinking everything is happy-go-lucky. In a sense, like, oh, you just tripping, Marcus. It ain't really like that. He's like, you know what the fuck you talking about? Like, why are you always so mean like that? He doesn't see it the same way. Now he deals with his own version of it, even in his family, because he's the youngest, he's the smallest one. Everybody is, big strapping dudes. He's this little weakling. He deals with it in his own way, but it's not the same as how the other character deals with it. And that's just it. For me, it works how it fits into the world. That is there, but it's subdued if you're paying attention to how the world interacts with that person and how they interact and touch the world themselves. Because I have a couple of female characters that, yes, one of them gets hit on, and the other one, we were talking about this with Chris, you find out, she never liked being a female. She was representing everybody else as a whole fucking dude. Turned out to be a female later on. Like, the fuck? Bitch, you lied to me. What's that about? I never liked that. I never felt comfortable. And then you find out her backstory of all the rest of the shit that she actually went to and why that became her thing. At least for my character. So that it's there. It's not played up as high unless the story demands that, but it is always there. You understand why they're seeing the world the way they are, given where they're coming from and how the world is interacting with them. If that made some sense.
Yeah. And just to add on to that briefly, the other thing that I kind of address or that I wanted to address in my story is like I wanted to not feel like I was being accusatory. I'm not trying to point fingers and tell people like blatantly that you have to do better. I want people to kind of read the story and to think to themselves, I didn't see it this way. It's more of that and less of you're doing something wrong and you are the problem, so you need to change, and more it's intended to be a thing of when you read this, you're supposed to be able to see shades of people or maybe even shades of yourself, and then ask yourself, okay, is this something that I considered? Is this something I might have missed? But it's not meant to make it feel like I am blaming you and saying that you are the problem specifically in the world. And even the character that doesn't like deal with discrimination the same way as other characters, it's not from a malicious place. It's not somebody who is hateful and who doesn't like people or doesn't like a certain group of people. It's just somebody that has not experienced it themselves, and therefore honestly just doesn't know.
Right.
And because sometimes it's not maliciousness, it's just ignorance. And it's not to say ignorance as this person is stupid, it's ignorance from the place of they just haven't seen it, they haven't experienced it for themselves. And it's really challenging in various areas of life to be able to empathize with something that you yourself didn't even know or had never thought to ask or have experienced yourself.
Exactly. That's better put, because that's the way I use it. And I've said that before, that ignorance does not necessarily mean a negative. Ignorance in and of itself is not a negative. It just means that you don't know. Children are ignorant of a lot of things, but it's not because they are intentionally not trying to know. They just don't know. They haven't experienced it yet. And if you are a person that hasn't experienced a certain part of life or a certain style of life, you are just ignorant to what that really means. And you will come up against situations where your ignorance will be challenged, right? You will be presented information to give you more about this situation. That's when you get to decide if you want to take that in and actually, educate or enlighten yourself a little bit on what this situation actually is from somebody who actually goes through it. Or do you want to sit there in your own ignorance, which is the one I think is negative, which is the self-imposed ignorance. But like, well, no, I don't want it to change my worldview. So I'm just going to stick to this. I rebuke that information, and I'm just going to stick to this because this is what I think it just needs to be. Ignorance in and of itself is not a negative. But yeah, the two characters I was talking about in the story, yeah, one of them is not ignorant. One of them is ignorant. That's just what it is. And he's not a bad character. He just doesn't know. It hasn't been his experience. And so he learns more by interacting with this character than he did beforehand. And he challenges those ideas that he's coming from, where his parents and stuff do have that self-imposed ignorance. They don't want to know it because their life is good. Why would they care? He's like, well, no, I know this guy. This is not how their life is. But why are you even down there hanging out with him? Like, here we go. Here we go. All right. So the next one comes in, and I don't know how much time you guys got, so I don't want to hold you up for too long. But next question goes into something else interesting you said yesterday, Chris, at the talk, which I really resonated with. And the question was about how you wrote the story, right? That you sat down in Barnes and Nobles on your laptop and just wrote it over time, right? What up, Donnie Mac? And how at a certain point you got in the groove, and it wasn't even like you were really writing. You just, doing an observation or whatever. And that resonated to me because that is the spot that I look for in writing, where it doesn't seem like it's not even like it's really coming from you. To me, it speaks of you are inhabiting that world now.
Mhm.
You are now in that world, and it is no longer writing; it's observation, because the characters are alive for you now. So, if you can describe that process or whatever to these folks, and JT can go after you and see.
Yeah, like it's it's interesting because I find myself like needing time in order to get to that point in a story. You start off and it really feels like, okay, I have a checklist of things that I want to get through. I know the outline of the story. I know where the story needs to lead to. I know where I need to end up at. And so you have this list of things and you're saying, okay, we're going to sit down and I need to hit these points. And at first, it like every time you sit down and you first start writing, at least for me, it always feels like, okay, I don't really feel it. I don't really feel it, but let me just try and let me just do a little bit and let me see where I end up. But inevitably, the more and the more that you do it and the longer you go, it feels like you start to get sucked in. You start to get pulled in. And I don't know that this process is the same for everyone, but this is like the thing that when I ask myself if I want to be a writer, it's the thing that I always come back to. And this is why I was like, yeah, I'm definitely a writer. But you sit down, and as you keep going into it and you're writing it and you're writing it, like Artisan was describing, you start to get lost. You start to get pulled in, and it feels less like you are writing words on a page to like describe things that are happening, that you want to happen, and more like you're almost repeating something that you've already seen. You're kind of just like telling a story that's already been told, and you're just the person that is recording the information. And that process is one that is it is an amazing experience when you're in it, because like I said, you don't actually feel like you are writing and hitting beats. You feel like you are just kind of like seeing something. You're watching it like you're watching a movie, and it's just like, oh my god, and then this happened and this happened and this happened. And of course, as a writer, this is why you also never show people your first draft, because it's never that good. And so you need the edits to go in to actually make it more like, fancy and special. But
First
like,
draft, I trash.
yeah, it's trash. First draft, we trash. But it's just it's awesome, because you're like, and this happened and that happened and then this happened. And then I was saying at the thing the other day that like you get to the end and you're like, I don't know how we ended up here, but I guess this is where the story is going. And that is what feels the most organic, and that's what I love. And everybody has a different process, and even I might take different process for different stories. Like there are stories where I know what the ending is going to be, like Death of Darkness. I know what the ending is going to be, and so that ending, regardless of what happens in the middle, we're always going to end up at that ending. Edge of the End, I don't know what that ending is going to be. I actually don't. So that's one of those ones where we're going to write the story and we're going to just see where we end up, and wherever we end up, that's where we are. So yeah, exactly. And Revise was like a little bit of both. Like I had a general idea of where I want to go with the story, but where that place where that story ended was kind of like an organic feeling of where that story was going to go, that I allowed the characters and the events around them to take me. And that doesn't mean that you don't go back in and improve on some things. It doesn't mean that you got it right the first time. Maybe when you go back, you realize, oh, the 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 thing that you did here actually created an inconsistency earlier in the story, but you like with the way that this went. So, okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to fix that so that that thing at the beginning of the story actually leads into this better, and it feels more consistent in that way. So this doesn't mean that you don't have to like go back and actually do rereads and rewrites and edits. It just means that when you get lost, you allow the story to take over. And if it takes over in a way that you feel like when you look back at it later that it works, then you go back and then you make it so that the rest of the story is also molded to that. And the last little thing I'll say about it is one of the things that I love doing is that, like I said, that when you first start writing, it can feel like a challenge of, oh, I don't feel like this is that good, or I'm not like that into it right now. But then as you keep going and you go for longer and longer, you get more into it and you reach that stage. Well, the best thing that I like to do is that once I reach that stage after writing for a couple of hours, while I'm in that phase, while I'm in that stage, I then want to go back to what I started writing on hour one and rewrite it. And that way, because now I'm in that flow. So that thing that I was doing in the first like 15-20 minutes where it felt like I was kind of like trotting before I got off to a full sprint, now that I'm in a full sprint, I want to lap back around and have that full sprint momentum to take me back through the thing that I initially started on.
Yeah, good shit. Good shit. What do you got on that, Mr. JT? I trashed first draft.
First- yeah, no, it's like each project is different. I can say the original version of Arc and Essex were probably the two that I got the most, I guess, like immersed into. And that kind of just exactly how it just kind of evolved from like, I guess doing work to actually being like a lot of fun, because I always go in with a full outline. So everything's planned out before I even write dialogue or anything. So like Chris, I know what the endings are going to be. Like I don't sit down and write until the outline is completely detailed. However, once I start writing and following that outline, like I know there's like beats I have to hit. There are times where shit just changes. And then you just organically, then you, and like we keep saying, you end up somewhere and you're just like, oh, so yeah, this is happening. Sometimes, yeah, you may still change those things up, but that's like the most fun part of writing. So definitely, I'll share this an earlier version of Arc, where because this story element made it into that first book, but it's way more watered down. It originally was a lot darker, but how I got to that point, I was like, "Ooh, how did I get here?" Like, there's a point where Malcolm gets rescued by those police officers, and he goes and chills with them for a second and finds out what happened in the city. Like kind of like your whole you got like sort of zombie creatures, and then these cops kind of help him. Then he goes and he's like, "Yo, like what happened to the city?" Because he just came back to the city. He don't know what happened, and he's chilling with these officers, and everything seems all well and good. But what ends up happening is, he's chilling with one officer, then the other officer goes to the back because he's taking care of this woman because it's a club, and it's this woman who danced at the club who the main officer he liked. So, him and his partner just kind of taking care of her, making sure she's okay, in this apocalypse. But like the partner's gone for a long time. And then finally Malcolm and, the main officer go to the back, and, they find out, oh, that the partner has been killed and she's gone rabid and it needs to be put down. Now, and then, the main officer is just like in shock. He's been drinking too. And then Malcolm, tries to protect him. And then he realizes Malcolm has powers. And it's like, oh, you freak through and everything. And then, then the guy gets bit by the woman and then Malcolm just kind of just leaves. But that is a watered down version. The original one I wrote, I had the two officers bring Malcolm back for safety, right? But their plan was actually to bring him back there to feed him to her because they're feeding her people to keep her alive. And I got to that point at the end. I'm like, oh my God, how did I get here? But this is awesome. But then I watered it down. So, but it just kind of organically happened. I was just typing and I just got into it and just got dark.
Director's cut. Director's cut.
But no, that was fun. But of course, again, like I said, it's been watered down. It still works, but yeah. And then Essex was the other one where it just flowed. I had an outline. And then I just got sucked into that world. Like, and the fun thing about Essex, it's an 8-issue series. It's not only issue 1 has been released. I want to get 2 through 8 done at some point. But what happened was I never wrote a single word of dialogue or like actually any of that, like the scripts, all 8 issues. None of them were actually written at home. Every one of those scripts I wrote while I was at work when I was working my shitty job at a credit union during the apocalypse. So I'm sitting there at my teller station and in between customers, it won't be a customer for like 5 minutes. I'll just pull up my Word doc and then just did that kind of like, and then you notice after you do that for like months, oh, I guess I have 8 issues of a comic. But that one I really got sucked into the world and like it became, it grew a life of its own, and I really want that story to be completed at some point. But that's the most fun when you're writing, when you really get immersed and things start taking turns, where the characters start guiding you, and not so much you guiding them. That's fun.
Exactly. Shout out to people who carry notebooks with them and actually jot down ideas and notes and stories. I've showed these guys my what I call my Black File character, and that's the Moa character, Mother of All Killers character. And I've written that one when I was pissed off at work. That's all that dude does. That is like my Hitman Agent 46 character. He just goes in, and that character came to me from reading a lot of Alex Cross books and stuff like that. This dude is a fucking killer. He is, and it's how somebody normal just flips into just being that shit. And the thought process was. So I don't write the character all the time. I write little sniglets on shit every once in a while when I'm really pissed off. But it's an outlet for that kind of shit. It's like you say, I got 8 issues, but I wrote it while I was at work. Like, that's some fertile ground for some stuff. Like this bitch on the train, she drinking that bottle and farting and coughing and shit. You can just choke on that bitch, So yeah, it's funny where you get inspiration from for different characters, and some you come back to more often than others. But you always need to write down those ideas. Like me and Chris had the thing that he noticed that I always carry a notebook with me. Always, I always have a notebook or something to write with and something to write in with me, and I write ideas for poems, raps, story ideas, conversations with characters, all that stuff. Like I tell you guys, my mind is always active. I don't have a restful time with my mind. It's always active, it's always churning out ideas. So I write things down a lot of times in a stream of consciousness. Like I told you guys about doing these streams, that this is jazz. It's not pre-recorded. This is jazz. This is me getting in the flow with a conversation and just going. So those rants that you guys love that I have done and just going off, that is a stream of consciousness flow. That's what that is. That is a stream of consciousness. And what comes out comes the fuck out. My writing teacher in college, Catherine Brandcamp, she's actually a writing coach. She actually suggested to us, like Chris is talking about, that first hour of writing is kind of, fluff. You're trying to get into the groove with it, right? And then after that, you can lap back around. She suggested 15-minute writes, right? So basically, the 15-minute write is you clearing out all that mental garbage, right? All the not working ideas, right? You just start writing everything that you're thinking right off the bat. And it's basically like clearing your slate, right? Of all the jumbled ideas. There's some good stuff in there, but it might be a lot of crap, right? So for 15 minutes, you just write everything that you're thinking. You just write. Just write for 15 minutes. Once that timer goes off, you got all that stuff out, then you get to what you were actually trying to do. Because now the thoughts are clear. It's basically like making, in a comic book sense, making your own white hot room. You've just burned away everything else, and that's just what's there, right? You guys also know I wanted to be a rapper when I was younger. Well, I understood, I think it was Wu-Tang or something like that, that's how they would end up getting into recording their raps. You just turn the recorder on if you got your own studio and it ain't costing you a lot, and you just start spitting whatever's coming to your mind, right? For a short amount of time, so you get all of that mental clutter out. You get it out. Then you start spitting the track that you actually wanted to spit, because now you can infuse that energy in it without all that distraction of all the scattered thoughts that weren't together at one time. So it is a process. So you can get into that flow. You can get through it and get to that flow of just, okay, this is what's happening. This is how this is working. And it actually is a good creative space to be in, because I do it not just with being creative. I do it with work. I've done it playing pool. I understand what it feels like to just be in that flow and just be right there in that moment with what's happening. And it feels like everything is hitting on cylinders. Everything is hitting exactly right. So when Chris mentioned that at the show about, or at the signing about getting into that state, and you're just, like you document, it's just coming to you naturally. That's what that is. That's why I immediately understood it. Exactly. That's the place you look for, that you can just write and the world is just happening and everything is just going. And that is where my character of Falk Winterson, that's where that came from. It came from a D&D campaign. But I like that character so much. The world that we created was so good. I just kept the character and I used the character in different places. I just started writing stories for that character because I liked the world that it was in. So once I understand the world, I've put all this effort into making this character. I fucking like this character. I'm going to keep using it wherever I can try to use it. I will keep feeding that character into it. And his name comes from Charles Faulkner, from this place, because I call Faulkner Faulkness, but I like that name. And Winter's son, basically. Winter was one of my favorite characters from Stormwatch. Plain and simple. Simple shit. So, yeah, I get that. So thank you guys for both elaborating on that idea of how you actually get into a flow. Because I think with most people who want to write something, they get stuck. They get all that mental clutter and they don't know how to quiet all of that stuff down to get to their actual ideas. So, like JT is saying, first draft I trash. Yeah, first draft is probably shit, but it's probably some good stuff in there. But you can come back to it, but just get that out on a separate sheet of paper. And then when you feel like, okay, I'm good, the juices is flowing, get into the stuff that you want to and see if you can actually inhabit that world more, because that's what draws the reader in. That's what I love with reading. Like I said, with reading his book, I didn't want to start that shit at 10 o'clock at night, because as soon as I get sucked into it, I'm not going to sleep. I'm gonna be sitting there reading that motherfucker until my alarm clock is going off. Like, you need to get up and wash your ass and get on the road and start commuting to work. I'm gonna be like, man, fuck, dude. I want to stop now. I'm here. I'm in the world, man. I don't want to come out. Don't pull me out yet. I need a couple more minutes. So I understand how it is, and that's what happens when I read books that I really like. I go into that world. I become immersed in that world. That's why I like stories more than I like propaganda. Propaganda, I don't get sucked into that shit. It takes me out of it. But that is more of an indication of how I judge shows that I like and don't like. Does it suck me in? Am I inhabiting this world with these characters? Do I give a fuck what's happening to them? No, well, it's probably garbage to me. Probably garbage. I probably could have had a V8 or a donut or something else.
You just brought up something that I didn't really consider that much. Obviously, it's something that we know intrinsically from just as being people that consume media, but it's just something I didn't really think about. But that flow state, as what was said in the chat, the flow state of us being creative, but it's actually not just something that comes from being creative. It actually comes from also being somebody that is experiencing a creative piece of work. Like you were talking about with like reading a story, you were saying when you sit down and you start reading it, you're not going to want to stop and you're just going to flow. And so like when you first start reading like a book, in this case we're talking about a book, I think this can also apply to a movie or something too. But like you sit down and you start reading a book, in the first stages it might just feel like you're aware that you are reading words on a page, you are aware that you're holding a book, you are aware that you are just on page one and you're going through it. But then as far as, at least for a good book, a good story, as you keep reading, the fact that you're reading a book kind of fizzles, and all of a sudden it doesn't feel like you're reading words on a page, even though you absolutely are. It almost feels like you are watching a movie and you're flipping through the movie. But that's the flow state that you want to get into, and if a book is good enough, you get into that state, and then before you know it, you're done. And like my friend, and it's very true, because one of my friends that came to the event yesterday, he was saying that the night before he said, hey, I'm going to be at your event tomorrow, I don't know if I'll finish your book, I have like 100 pages left. And then he said, I'm gonna try to read a little bit more tonight, and when I see you tomorrow, we'll talk about what I did read, but I don't think I'll be able to finish it tonight. The next morning he said, I finished your book. So because he said when I saw him in person, he said, yeah, I thought that it was gonna I had 100 pages left. He said, I thought that it was gonna take me a while, so I didn't think I was gonna finish, but I sat down and read it, and he said those 100 pages just flew by. He said, it was just, I sat down and before I knew it was over. And I was like, oh, wow, that didn't take that long at all. So that is that flow state. It doesn't just exist as a writer, and it exists for you as somebody that is experiencing a creative work, and you want to be in that flow state regardless. Movies is another thing, and that I'll talk about briefly. A movie might be 2.5 hours, and the difference of that flow state from the people that feel that 2.5 hour runtime versus the people or the movies where you don't feel that 2.5 hour runtime. You walk in the movie and you're there, and then you walk out, you're like, wow, that was 2.5 hours. I didn't feel like it. Versus the ones that was like, oh my God, that movie was only an hour and a half and it felt like 3 hours. So that's the other version of the flow state as it exists in other creative forms of media. It exists as a creative, but it also exists as the person that is consuming that creative work.
1 second. Good point to make. I appreciate that. That there is a lot of different flow states for real, and that's what I understand it to be, and how I interact with the material. Because you saying that, I'm thinking of the Drizzt books, right? Now, Brother G Serotonin told me about these books, and I read them. But I got so involved with those books. When I think of those books, I never think of the words. I don't think about the words on the page, but I can remember the books because it's like a movie playing in my head because it was written that well. Because I was inhabiting that world, the adventures that character was going on. I was there with him, watching this stuff happen. Right. So that's the beauty of reading outside of somebody just telling you the story. Your imagination fills it in. And if the world is crafted out enough to where you understand it, it's not just words on the page. You get past that I'm reading words phase, like Chris was saying, and you get to I'm inhabiting this world. It becomes more so of a part of you because now you can always go back there. It lives in your imagination a little bit. So yeah, great point to be made. Then a lot of okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh, y'all reading that too. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Long term my ass. Okay. So, you guys got any final thoughts you want to give out to these good people before I let you guys get on with your day and I get on with the rest of the show? Because I do need to spend some time talking shit about Echo, and I know neither one of you have watched it, so you might not want to hear that.
Not yet. But I'm gonna put this thing. I'm gonna put this thing on my like watch later so that I can see what you have to say. I saw you edited your video. I popped up on my thing.
Yeah. I put it up last night. I put it up last night. It should have streamed. It should have premiered this morning at 8. Should have streamed at 8 this morning. But yeah, I finished doing that and just shared some of my views. I still have though. I still got a 2-page list of notes on that show that I didn't mention in that month. Oh
no.
You know, there are things to be said about the show. Doesn't mean it's absolutely terrible. It's just stuff that I saw in the show that didn't work for me. And I made the correction in there. It was fucking stupid. I kept saying fratricide, and I forgot that I get my sides mixed up. It's patricide.
Patricide, right? Yeah.
Patricide is fraternal. That means it's your brother. Your brother. Patricide is your father of parents, right? Or matricide being your mother. And I read a lot. I should know better. And I caught myself saying that last night. If you can watch it, you see it was pretty late, and I was tired when I was doing the shit because I got the lower eyes like I'm high. But I was like, fuck. I caught it in editing. It's like, okay, here's a note. I fucked up for those, savvy comment section motherfuckers. That's not really what it means. I want Toya to get on my shit. Like, that's not the right word, artist. Yeah, I know. Say it, honey. Say it with some sugar on. So, what the hell are you talking about? I'm gonna answer this real quick. Jess, it's not that Black women can't join the panel. Don't bring that goofy shit over here. I'm doing a closed panel with these two people right now. And this is my platform and my show, so I will run it the way I feel like fucking doing it. Now, what I told you was you can leave your comments in the comment section because it's just these two right now. Everybody else in here understands that. You obviously seem to have that problem. So, appreciate the super chat. I can refund it to you. But this ain't about no Black women because I don't know who the hell you are. It's just an avatar. And like I told you when you were in the back chat, cam up so I can see who you are. Because everybody don't get to just jump up on your channel and make an ass of themselves. That's not beneficial for the content creator. Now, if that's a problem for you, you can leave. If it's not, calm down and rock out with everybody else. Should be pretty simple. Anyway, so Chris, JT, thank you both for spending your time coming up here and sharing your ideas. And please, I don't care who goes first, but plug the rest of your stuff that you got where people can get it. I dropped the Fracture link in there, and I dropped a link to Amazon for the book in there. But please let these people know where they can find you, find your material, support you like your friends support you, and pay some homage and not some disrespect.
Yeah, I'll go first. Like, and I mean, for me and Joe's stuff, you can find it all on Fracture Comics Instagram. We have a link tree on there. I think we might have a link tree on our Facebook page too, but it's just Fracture Comics, and that'll link you to all of our stuff, all of our works. For my works in particular, for the recent novel of Revised and for Edge of the End, you can look it up on Amazon. It is there. You can also look it up on barnesandnobles.com if that is something that you are more inclined to do. And as a matter of fact, if you do it on barnesandnobles.com, that tells Barnes and Nobles that my book is something that is selling and that people like. So that's something that you can do. But I know a lot of people like Amazon, so you can find those books on Amazon as well. I'm working currently right now on getting a printed copy of Death of Darkness and Death of Darkness Volume 1 and 2 on Amazon and Barnes and Nobles as well. So those will also be available there. But if you want to check out our link tree on our Instagram page or follow us on our Instagram and Facebook, you can see more information about our books, and you'll see our link tree, which will link to all of our works. But also, whenever we decide to do events or to go places or whatever, or when we're coming up with new stories, you'll be able to find it out first on those platforms.
Awesome. I know somebody needs to be setting up a table today too.
I think JT changed his mind on that because of the surprise visitor that we got from Georgia that neither one of us were expecting to be here.
Oh no, I'm still looking for the gaslight. I want to hear the gaslight story. Go ahead, JT. It's on you. What you got?
Certain convention I trash. Yeah. We got a link tree that has everything on there. Like Chris said, literally all of our works, from Revised all the way to Hellfire, Volume 1. For me, Arc and Sugar Rush are available only digital. And God Hand, I believe those three are digital. But everything else you should be able to. There should be a link on the link tree where you can order a print copy. Working on trying to get some more inventory going. Usually at events when I table, I have everything right there. But yeah, always we're accessible. Hit us up on our social media platforms. You want something, shoot us a message. We'll respond. We'll make sure we get it to you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate you two brothers coming up, and I enjoy your work. I will catch up on all of your work since I have time. I'm not covering anybody really this year. I'm going to spend more time taking care of the stuff I want to. And like I told you, I got all my books pretty much in my house now, even my cookbooks. So I'm going through all my shit. My free time is going to be filled with powering through a lot of the stuff that I wanted to get completed. I got enough bookmarks and enough books that I want to get them closed out and done. So appreciate you brothers for coming up. Appreciate you sharing your words, your creativity with the world and myself. And I say appreciate being able to call you guys friends. I really do. You're really an inspiration to anybody who is looking to do comics or novels or just put their own creative ideas out there. So I appreciate you being out there. There's somebody I could look. These niggas can read. Right. Oh my God, you would have been killed back in the day.
Oh yeah, yo, they would have murdered us.
I would have liked to be boy, we got it. Swinging, that'd have been the last story told.
Oh man.
But I appreciate we don't live in those times, and you guys actually can have a voice and have a vehicle to get your ideas and your creative energies out there. So thank you, Joseph Thompson, Chris Adams. Thank you for coming up and blessing my show and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, and just a quick word, thank you as well. Thank you for using your platform to help support us and to get the word of what we do out there. It always is something that when you work in this type of thing where you're doing independent work and trying to get it out there on your own, it is a challenge to find people that believe in you. That's one of the things that when you talk to anybody that does something independent, it's always a challenge to find people that not only believe in you, but are willing to support you beyond just reading or buying the thing. Like, that means a lot. But the people that take it to the extra step of talking about it, spreading the word, and trying to make sure that other people know about it, the people that take that extra step is few and far between. So it is not something that is taken for granted or lost on people like me and Joe for Artisan to use his platform, his time, where he can do whatever he absolutely wants to do with his platform and his time, and share it with us and share our works with others. So I just want to say thank you for that. It means a lot to us. We are glad that you are not only in our lives, but that we can also count you amongst our friends, and we can go and hang out, and you'll come to our birthdays and we'll come to yours, because it is not just a work relationship where we knew each other because of a comic shop. It has evolved to something beyond that. So thank you. It means a lot. Always will. Always has.
You ain't gonna make me cry, nigga. I will say, go ahead, Joe. I didn't want to cut you off. I'll say the next thing. No. Okay. I will say, if you end up with a bottle of Uncle Nearest on your porch, you'll know. And there's 2 bottles of Sinatra Select over here. If you want to go another round with that motherfucker, it's here. I've been closing out my empty bottles, so I got 3 empty bottles over here that need to be refilled. Uncle Nearest, Rum Chata, and Terramana. That shit is empty. So, and then my Applejack, those are all empty. So I need to refill those and get the bar restocked. So y'all always welcome. You know where I'm at. So, and if you need anything, if I can do it, you know I will. I will make some kind of effort to make sure I help you guys do whatever I can, especially if it's making sure you can actually keep producing the stuff and putting it out there for people. So I appreciate you guys. So thank you. That's the Joe Thompson, the JT, and the CLA, Chris Adams, Revise, Edge of the End, and Arc, Sugar Rush, God Hand, and Hellfire. So thank you guys for coming up. Appreciate you brothers immensely. I'm gonna drop you down right now and go take a tear break. Cry on the inside.
We'll be lurking in the chat. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you. So that was my boys, the Fracture Boys. And I don't say that as they're younger. It's just them dudes that do Fracture comics, man. You can do, in this day and age, you can pretty much put out whatever you want to. And if you have a creative idea, you should put it out there, because the world is a loss for not having it. The world is a loss for not having your creative ideas out there. There's a lot less gatekeepers on putting out material like that, so put your own material out. Put it out as much as you can. I'm going to have to do intermission. So let me get a little bit of an intermission. That'll just help me when I go back to edit this, because I want to clip this part out and put it up later. So I will give you guys a quick little intermission, and then we will get back to it. Where's my femercial? Did I take my femercial off here? I did. Oh, here it is. All right. Give me 1 minute. Peace.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 get your booty to the pole. Yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good. Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your to the pole, get your booty 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 to the pole, get your booty.
I like it when people say nice things about me. So often not heard. You know, I get people calling me a fucking asshole or a piece of shit just because I wouldn't let them up on my panel. Imagine that. All right, so like is all right. Geekly equals family. It does. It does. It's not about being the biggest head or the one that knows the most in the room necessarily. For me, I don't see myself as being a leader of people or being the one to cobble a group around them because I'm too much of a loner and a non-conformance or not a joiner. But if we have similar views and we move in a similar direction, we will all be moving in that direction together. And to me, that's your family. It's not the family that you were born into. It's the family that you made through shared experiences. So yeah, Geek Elite does equal family to me. And as far as I'm concerned, those two brothers right there, they're about the most elite geeks you will find. Why? Because not only do they consume this media, have bought comics, they make comics. They sell them at comic book conventions and talk to other comic book creators. So they beyond even me, because I have not produced a comic. They produce it and got their own company producing comics. So anything they want to tell me about the comic book industry, I would sit down and actually listen to and not try to give them shit, because at this point they experts in their field because they actually produce this shit. So with that, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. That's way of making faces. Oh, she's smiling. Okay. What up, Aaron? All right. So this next little bit is going to be called "What the Fuck Times Two Repeat." And if you listen to music and you watch music, you understand what it means when you see something that says times two, like in repeat. It means it's a fucking echo. So hopefully all of you guys have actually seen my echo reaction that I put up this morning. And that was from yesterday binge watching Echo in the morning before I went to Chris's signing, and write my notes down, finishing that out, and then going to the signing and actually trying to not talk about it. Now JT was asking me about it. He don't care about spoilers, but he was asking me about shit, and I wouldn't tell him about it. I wouldn't. Chris brought it up while we were having dinner, and I really wasn't saying anything about it then. I told him, like, yeah, my reaction is coming up tonight when I get back home. I'm gonna finish my reaction and put it up. And one of his friends at the table, I think it was Lindsay or whatever, female, actually had some things to say about it because she had watched it. And I can tell you this, for the demographic of white millennial, female millennial, she wasn't feeling that shit at all. Which is not surprising. Now, I will not wholesale trash this show. I won't wholesale trash it because there were some things in it that I really did like. I did enjoy. But for the most part, there were some things I really didn't like at all in this shit. Let's see. Now, don't like that it shows up as goddamn big. Oh my god, dude. Where's the size on this damn thing? Let's do that. Let's see if that works better. I guess it is what the fuck it is. Which means this has to become. There we go. Oh well. Now, who in the chat has actually seen Echo? Give me a 1 if you've actually seen Echo. Because if you've seen it, I'll drop a link and you can come up here and get your 30 fucking chuckles off on it too. Shout out to Cat Waves. If you have not seen it, well, there's plenty of peanuts in the gallery. Now, I did take 2 pages of notes on this show because I took notes on every episode. It's only 5 episodes in descendant order from 51 minutes to 36 minutes or 38 minutes, which JT pointed out at the table last night that Chris pointed out last night at the table that there is 6 minutes of credits at the end. I'm like, damn, that meant that that last episode was short as shit. Could have been a cartoon. That it was a 30-minute episode from the 51-minute episode that it started with, which was 30 minutes of fucking filler. 30 minutes of a recap from another show. Now, I don't cast any hatred on the actors in this because you have some really good actors, right? Vincent D'Onofrio, Tantu Cardinal, Graham Greene, Chesky Spencer. These are all great actors. Damn, y'all shitting me on that support. These are all great actors. They do good work. Show wasn't that good. It wasn't. Now, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. It wasn't like, picking up a steaming cow pie full of grass and stuff like that and chewing on it and thinking it's granola. No, it wasn't that. But it wasn't awesome either. And because there's enough range in between there that shows can come out and fall in that range, I'm not thinking everything has to be awesome or everything has to be completely garbage. I just don't. Now, for me, the over feminist leaning on the show is just standard affair now for anything coming out of Marvel Disney. Just Disney, anything under the Disney umbrella, period. It's just standard affair. So because it is now standard affair, and we all know this, it doesn't mean that much for me to bitch about it. It's pointless to actually bitch about it now because I told you guys over a year ago, this is the wave. The wave is here now. This is just what the hell it is. If we didn't step up and the creative among us actually try to get into some of these places to create some of this material, to be some of these writers in the writer's room, to change this narrative in a sense, then this is what the hell we got. This is what inaction and apathy gets you. It gets you more of the stuff that you don't want. This is what it is. Now, as a YouTube commentator on this stuff, it may be beneficial. But I told you guys, I don't like swimming in shit. I don't. It's not entertaining to me. And if I didn't do this as content on my channel, watching this stuff and telling you guys what I thought of it, I wouldn't actually watch it. I wouldn't need to, or I wouldn't feel the need to actually watch it and actually seriously get into it, take notes on it, and actually tell you guys about it. That is a whole process in and of itself. Now, we're going to do that sandwich method of giving you something good, something bad, and something good to fill it out with. Let's say the first layer. Let's give you the bun on top. What I liked about the show. Okay. Alakwa Cox is kind of cute. She is. And she's a mother now. She's had her first child back in October. Okay, cool. So somebody out there knocked up a deaf girl. One leg or not, or amputee or not, somebody parted that sea and had a baby. Cool. She functioned. Not ugly, right? So that's all well and good. She's a mother. So I'm sure the feminine empowered message in this works for her if she had a child that was a girl. It works for her. She's fine with that shit completely. Now, I like the fact that she is in the movie or in the show, and that she tries to give this character some emotion. Certain scenes, you understand that this character is going through this pain and actually holding it in. All right. I like the fact that the character actually learns to stand up for her family, learning her lineage and where she comes from. And that empowers her to stay in and fight against everything that she has known as being her family, to actually support her actual family. I like that. Owning her heritage, in a sense. I do. Now, where the bullshit comes in, and I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know any, off the top of my head, I can't think of any Choctaw Native Americans that I actually know. I can't think of any. I know a couple of Native Americans, but they're not Choctaw. They're not. So I would have to do research to find out about this creation story that they put in this show. But for me, that is part and parcel of Marvel and the MCU trying to give every other group here power from some other realm. Because as soon as I saw that opening, it was interesting because I'm trying to think, what the fuck is going on here? What is this show? But it is a creation story of how the Choctaw came to this universe, that they came from somewhere else. And the first thing I thought of when I was seeing all that was Ms. Marvel with the clandestine coming from another universe, and Shang-Chi and the people of Ta Lo coming from another universe into this universe. Now, that happens in Marvel comics a lot. There's a lot of people running around from a lot of different places. But look, you've burned out this multiversal shit. You have. Because none of this shit is connected. None of it is. So every ethnicity in the MCU right now, except for the black ones, have come from some other place and they got power. And all they need to do is tap into it. So everybody's special. But in essence, everybody has the same power, which is whatever the fuck we write in. It's magical, it's mystical, it's bright, it has shiny lights, and whatever we write it in to do is what it does. No real defined scale, limit, any of that. It's just some shit. Now, mind you, I'm watching this after watching What If, where they introduced that character of Kiori and her Mohawk tribe. Now, when I see shit like that, two separate Native American characters introduced in the MCU at the same time, first thing that comes to mind is they putting their money up. They putting their money up for some positive fucking spin, aren't they? I know where the money at. Because nobody gives a fuck about doing that kind of in-depth PSA on Black culture. And being respectful and all the rest of that shit. No, they don't. You know why? She ain't putting no fucking money behind it. Kind of like this show. Let me get this out the way while I'm thinking about it. Shout out to Malika Me Bain for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate The next one goes out to Swift Battle for the Geek Sunday tribute. Appreciate you, Swift. I will give you that 3B And to the number one wrench in the building, Aquateki, I will give you that 3B salute as well. Appreciate you, Aquateki. And I am looking for 15 contributors. That was 3. Swift Battle said those casinos must be doing well. Yeah, those casinos are doing really well. And it's not just casinos. You know that some of these Native American tribes are some of the biggest money lenders right now? Did you know that? You know, helping these people out when they bad credit and shit like that. They're some of the biggest ones. Why? Because they got money on standby. And I'm not mad at them for that shit. Not mad at them at all. Why? Because in some ways they fucking earned it. Get your money back out of these fucking people. They want to come to your casinos and spend that shit up, do it. I had a friend right now, she spent a whole bunch of her money at casinos all over California and Nevada. $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. And I look at that shit and cringe like, ooh, at a casino? You must be trying to help them make that new wing. I don't see pissing off money like that. I can spend $15,000 on some shit, but it won't be in a goddamn casino, I can tell you that much. I would have to have traveled somewhere far for a while, like a month or 2. I ain't throwing $15,000 away in a casino. Fuck that. I don't feel right about that. It don't make my heart feel no kind of way. But they're getting their money. Good. Now, the other thing that I noticed in this is that all of this happens around Oklahoma. And if you remember the news reports from about a year or 2 ago, a large portion of Oklahoma was turned over to the Native Americans, was given back to the Native Americans. So for me, I'm not surprised that I'm getting movies like Killers of the Flowers Moon and The Echo Show and whatnot happening around Oklahoma to give them their roots back in Oklahoma. Just like our black folks got roots in Oklahoma too. They ain't trying to give us shit. Now, be that as it may, I'm not holding a grudge against Native Americans for that shit. It's just the way the game is working. They got money, and money is flowing and greasing wheels in their direction. That's how it works. Black folks should take note. Appreciate your studio for supporting the stream. He said, salute to you too, sir. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Shout out to Lavaris. What's good, Lavaris? Now, the strong feminist message or feminine message in this will get to the shit part of this, of the negative of the sandwich, where these characters were fit into a lot of places that I didn't think they belonged. And just from what my pedestrian knowledge of Native American culture was, I didn't think women were in these damn positions. Now, somebody can tell me something different, show me something different, prove something different. I'll accept that. I'll accept that into my knowledge base and put it all together. Questions off topic should be super chatted. Lavaris, but I'm a carpenter. That's not the conversation right now. Now, what I thought was interesting was that these women can track their lineage back to the first Choctaw that came into this universe. That she saved all her people by holding up a ceiling. Now, why this one woman with the skinniest arms was able to hold a ceiling up when there's men strapping buff dudes standing right next to her is a wonder to me. But they all hid while she stood up. Bullshit. That narrative that men stand down and cower and women stand up and are more ballsy played through the whole show. And it really detracted and distracted the show for me. Because every instance of these characters showing up, that's what it showed. Now, it's 5 episodes, and the titles of the episode are the women of that particular time and that ancestor of that particular time. That's what it is. They're the titles of these women. How it leads up to Echo. It starts with Chafa. It leads all the way up to Maya. That she is the last in line of this lineage. Right? And which is why she is now supposed to have powers. She's not just a peg leg martial artist killer. No. Now she has superpowers too. On top of that. And can pull on the powers of all the women that came before her. And I'm like, I saw this shit in Avatar. This is does she have an avatar state now too? Now, while I don't shit on the idea of pulling power from your ancestors, since in Marvel Comics that was pretty much the Black Panther's whole deal. This version of it is bullshit. It's pretty much bullshit. Because it gives a character who wasn't strong in anything and was still beating the hell out of people at a disadvantage. An even further greater Mary Sueism advantage. Now, like I said, it's a mixed bag. Some of that part is good. Pulling on your ancestral heritage is good for me. I like that idea. How they used it is not so good to me. So it's just a mixed bag. That's how I watch this whole season. It's constantly weighing these things that I'm seeing more or less one way or the other way the whole time I'm looking at it. That it never really fell completely one way or the other. But yeah, exactly, Swift Battle. Like the Phantom as well. Like the Phantom as well. That's why I can say, okay, I get it. It doesn't rub me the wrong way completely. That's the way they're going about it. Sounds kind of fucked up. The Phantom was passed through father to son, father to son. All right. Now, the story of each of these women through that timeline and through that lineage is some Mary Sue shit. It is. Now, the second one outside of Chafa, the Chafa is being the one who held up the cavern and let her people come to this universe and become what were the Choctaw. Her descendant, which was Loar in 1200 AD, was out on the field, on basically the fucking lacrosse field, with a bunch of big burly ass men, and she's some little ass girl. And she out there in the mix with all these fucking dudes fighting for their tribes to be in one place. That looks stupid as shit to me. Now, could it have happened at that time? I don't think so. I don't think they ever would have let a female out there with those men. Especially when they pulled a big ass bruiser to come out and she gonna be out there on the field with them body checking and shit like that. Get the fuck out of here, dude. What is this? Is this some that prey shit? Really? Is this how we take down a predator? With the smallest girl in the truck? Man. I'm not buying that shit. And her win of this fucking Quidditch tournament that they were having was some more bullshit. It was some Mary Sue ass bullshit. All of a sudden, she reached back and got some power and was able to flip over the mound of beefcakes to win for her tribe. Nigga, who the fuck are you talking to? You must think children are watching this dumb shit. But they shouldn't be because it's TV mature, right? You're killing people in it. Now, while it might seem like a decent story to show this power transferred through these people, the story was some Mary Sue shit. The one after that wasn't much better. It was more Mary Sue shit. The third one being Tuklo, about the daughter who wanted to be a light horseman. Yeah, her father was somebody. He was like a fucking Texas Ranger for the Native American people. And he trained her. And because he trained her, all of a sudden she's better than everybody else. But she can't be a light horseman like her father because she's just a woman. So she decides she's going to pretend to be a man. She's going to braid her hair like a man, and that's going to be able to give her the opportunity to be out there and be a light horseman like them. And the dumbass shit that they showed made these Native American men running around in cowboy costumes look like the dumbest fucking asses that ever walked the plains. That they don't know the difference between somebody sleeping in a bedroll by a fire and a fucking rock. And they get pinned down by the white boys and start getting shot the fuck up. And it takes some little girl, some teenage girl, to come out there with a long rifle, standing with the sun on her back in full view of everybody, uncovered, to get out there with her Henry rifle and pick them all off. And she saved the day. I'm like, what kind of dumbass Mary Sue shit is this? Oh, they just accepted her as a dude because she braided her hair? What are you trying to say? That all Native Americans look the same? This is the dumbest shit I've seen. Some of the dumbest shit I've seen so far this year. It's only January. When the Aquatech said, I love seeing them pay homage to the origin of the lacrosse, but a little woman was so out of place. Yeah, she was out of place. She would have got crushed. You can't have big 6 foot dudes, big muscly 6 foot dudes in the background knocking each other down, getting pushed to the dirt and shit like that. And this little thing just out there, ain't nobody touching her. Man, get the fuck out of here. She wouldn't even be out here. She wouldn't even be out here. You know why? Because she would have got killed. Even just being in the throng of all of them trying to get the ball. That's where you would have been. Crushed. Trampled. Come on, man. Stop with this bullshit. You want some reality? She wouldn't have been in there. She would have been like the rest of them chicks was out there either marking the score or watching. Yeah, swallowed up like it was a fucking porn movie. No. She wouldn't have been in there muscling for shit. And if she was, she wouldn't have got anything. She's not strong enough to be in there with them motherfuckers. Just like some men ain't strong enough to be in there with them motherfuckers. Come on, man. Fucking stupid. To me, that kind of shit does a disservice to women because it gives them a false sense of their actual power, which is not being muscularly as strong as a man. Or just braiding your hair gives you the abilities of a man. Too much Mary Sueism. Yeah. Newsflash. Fucking hell. I don't know why women hate, outside of what I know about feminism. I don't know why women hate being women so goddamn much. I really don't. I don't know why you think it's a fucking cakewalk to be a man. It is not. Because all men don't measure up the same. Where do you think you coming in this hierarchy? Above the lowest ranking male? Oh, fuck no. That's not how that shit work. Don't you love the blatant abuse of revisionist history and Mary Sueism? Yeah, you gotta love that shit, right? But it's easy to do blatant revisionism like that shit if you have kids that don't read history. That anything past 5 years ago is old. And it needs to be removed. And that's their mind state. Because that's what they've been taught. This is 1984, y'all. This is the Ministry of Truth going back and erasing your fucking history and giving you a new history every day. Revised. And destroying what actually happened. That's what it is. Yeah, I did just touch on that, Aquatechie, about that. That's what I find interesting. And it's not just Marvel, because Echo and Kiora and What If, yeah, that's back-to-back characters. But this is not the only character that's come out this year. You also got the Killers of the Flower Moon stuff by Scorsese. There's a big push on pushing Native American women right now, to the detriment of Native American men. Make no mistake about that shit. There wasn't in this echo show, there were not too many strong Native American men. It wasn't. And that's the part that bothered the fuck out of me. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. All these dudes just standard buys. They just bystanders to women running shit. Get the fuck out of here. That is not what I know of Native Americans. It's not. That's not what I know of any nationality. Native American, Latino, Asian, Black, German, Portuguese. That's not what I know. That smacks in the face of fucking reality. But they have no problem putting this shit out here and trying to perpetuate that. Like, oh, we're trying to uplift the women. No, you're not. That is not what this cultural push is about. It's not about uplifting women. It's about upending men. Which is what got me to the major problem with this stuff. Was that strong theme of overthrowing men. And a strong theme of actually killing your father. That was too strong in this shit. Now, at least for the Echo character, she has some love for her father. She loves her father. But it comes to a point where her mother gets killed in a car accident. Tragic, right? Because her brakes were cut or out or some shit like that. And the grandmother blames the father because of the shit that he's possibly into. Or he tried to get out of some criminal life and they wouldn't let him out and cut the brakes on his truck. And it just so happened that in a rainstorm, his wife and daughter went to the store to get some hot chocolate in the rain. And the brakes were out. They slid down the hill and the mama got crushed by a car. Got hit by a car. She got T-boned and died in front of the daughter in the car. Now, that Spanx a little bit messed up because the mother was in this line from Chafa, right? The original Choctaw. She was in this line and she had powers. She had healing powers, but she couldn't heal herself. So basically, they made this woman into the fucking golden child of the Choctaw. That's basically what she was. She could bring things back to life. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Is Sardo Moonsay showing up next too? Now, because the mother and the daughter were so linked together by their people, by this power, when she died, she blamed the father. And the father left. She basically disowned him. The father left. Went back to New York because grandma didn't want nothing to do with him. Matriarch, right? So for 20 years, her granddaughter was gone. She wouldn't look at her, couldn't look at her, wouldn't talk to her father. They were just set adrift, just on their own. No family, no support. "20 years later, this woman is saying, no, I never disowned you. It was just your daddy." I'm like, nigga, I've heard shit like that. I live shit like that. That is fucked up for children. Because now you want something. Now you want something. No, you are part of my line. Actually, no. She's part of her father's fucking line. Because that's whose name she carries. But it's okay. Your father dead now. No, I wasn't staying away from you. I was just staying away from him. Yo, daddy, the bad one. Them Lopez boys wasn't no good. How the fuck was he no good? His brother stayed in the same goddamn town, owned a business and everything. Yeah, they did some dirt back in the day, and they might have still did a little bit of dirty work. But y'all surviving on what I would think was damn near a reservation. And he owned legitimate business. And you still see him. But you disowned his brother and your granddaughter. That they had to leave because you was all pissed off because your child died. Well, he didn't hit your child in the car. And he didn't cut the brakes on the truck that went out. So you disowning him. How do you disown something that ain't your fucking child? But as soon as he dead, you can spin this fucking yarn to his child about, oh, no, it was never you. It was just him. Fuck you. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. That's some remove your father bullshit. It's better if he's dead because now we can be together. I wasn't appreciating that shit. Because that child, like many children, loved her father. And that child saw her father be killed by another dude she went after and tried to kill his ass. But it's all the bad men's fault. She ain't responsible for none of that shit, right? It's more important what she's connected to on her mother's side than what she's connected to on her father's side. Now, for a lot of this, dumb shit happens. And the fact that this character wants to take over the Kingpin's empire shows that she's not a good person. It shows that. The fact that she showed that she gets a release and actually feels satisfied and happy about killing her first person proves that she is not a good person. The fact that you go on in the series and you see later on that she was trying to kill small animals and stuff like that proves that she is not a good person. So if she's not a good person, kind of a sadist who like hurting people and things, why the fuck would I give a shit that she was connected to this lineage that gives her power? That's the last person that needs any superpowers. And I'm not seeing her as a fucking hero. She is a habitual killer. Yeah, she killed people in this show. Yeah, they was bad people, but they were still people, and she still killed them. It don't matter who the fuck she was doing it for, because she wasn't mind controlled like a Black Widow. No, she was doing that shit because she wanted to. Fake daddy, stepdaddy or not. She was doing that shit because she liked doing it. And she did it for a number of years with no remorse. No drugs, no alcohol, no none of that shit. So when I'm seeing this chick wanting to get power now, and grandmama kind of absolving her that, like, no, you're connected to all these past generations. You are like our echo. Echo of what? That sounds like a whole goddamn problem to me. Because you just gave somebody who's a career killer powers. That's an issue. That's not something to celebrate. You ain't had no redemption arc. You ain't had to go through your dark night of the fucking soul or nothing like that to change your ways or nothing like that. No. They just gave a killer powers. Is she gonna be on the Avengers now? For what? Look, man. Yeah, some feminist bullshit, Malika. What the fuck is that? In Aquateki, the queen pin concept was infuriating. The queen pin concept is laughable. The fact that she said that shit to her uncle was laughable. More queen pin. Like, bitch, please. Ain't nobody gonna be listening to you. You can't even hear them. Get the fuck out of here. Queen pin? Look, man. I would give Wilson Fisk's wife more of a shot at being a queen pin than I'd give your ass. Peg Leg Willie gonna be in charge. You can't talk. I don't know what. This is the other thing that bothers me. I'm not seeing what's making her no better than any other regular person. Nothing. She is a basic street level fighter. Basic. And people will talk about the fact that she beat Hawkeye. She didn't beat Hawkeye. Hawkeye wasn't trying to fight her ass. He wasn't trying to fight her. Clint was not trying to go in on her. Because you already saw Clint killing people a lot better than her ass. Flat out. He was not trying to fight that bitch. So she ain't beat nothing. Especially nobody she's going to give a height and weight differential to. In the order of magnitudes. The way they propping this fucking chick up in this shit, you expecting me to believe that, shout out to Cat Williams, a little tink tink is faster than Usain Bolt. No. You're not on the same playing field. And if you were, it would be embarrassing and people would think, oh, come on, Hussein. You could have stalled him out, man. Fuck him. He want to get in the blocks next to me, he's going to get the same shit all the rest of these able-bodied people get. Left. So I'm not buying this. Peg Leg Willie is the best fighter around. She could even beat Daredevil. Bullshit. What is this, a battle of the handy capable? One's deaf and one's blind? Like, this is what's infuriating about Marvel after 2000, which is when this character was created. Marvel after 2000 was so hard up for trying to create new female characters. They just start copying characters. If you look up on the Marvel database, the fandom database, about what this character's introduction and powers was, all she is a fucking copycat. Taskmaster, Bullseye, Daredevil. With no powers. And that's why I pointed out, Taskmaster does a good job of being Taskmaster. And he was the only one who did that for a long stretch of time. But after 2000, we need a woman to do that. So now I have to have this silly ass fucking character running around where they try to make a Daredevil copy too. She got a disability too. She can't hear. He can't see. And she got good enough to beat Daredevil from watching video of him fight somebody else and learning his moves and learning his moves. A fucking voyeur. And that's what spanked on me about this shit so hard is like, nigga, this is Shang-Chi's sister. I got better from watching the masters train you. Now, I had to get in there and fight with nobody. But I got better than them from watching them train you. Is this not the blue-eyed samurai shit? Motherfucker, does anybody actually need to train against living people anymore? Because apparently all of these fucking Mary Sues only need to watch somebody do something to get good and super proficient at it. Even if you got a handicap. Now, I told you guys before, this Echo character was nothing but a ripoff of Batgirl. Cassandra Cain, Batgirl, who was not taught to speak. She was taught to read body language as language. And she was a prodigious fucking fighter, taught by her hitman, assassin father. So much so that when she got hooked up with the Bat family, she was one of the only people who was authorized to deal with superhumans, or excuse me, metahumans by Batman. Like, yeah, you good. You can handle that. Couldn't even talk. She wasn't deaf. She wasn't taught to talk. She was trained by mama and daddy to be a killer. And if more of your brain capacity is focused on learning people's body language and reading their movements, then you should be that much better of a fighter. That's all Echo was. A copy of a copycat. You tell me who you know in life can watch somebody else's moves and perform those moves better than them. So much so that they can beat you with your own fucking moves. Nigga, this is the difference between originality, authenticity, and copycat fucking fakers. This is what you're trying to tell me. The Xerox is better than the original. No. Because I tell you this, in the sense of Echo and Daredevil in the comic book, there should have never been a book where she beat him at anything. You know why? Because all she knows is what she copied. She wasn't fighting against nobody else. She just knew his moves. But since they are his moves, and he recognizes his moves, he can switch it up like jazz on the fly and do something different. Because it's originally coming from him. He's not copying. Perfect example of this is Batman Beyond: and Return of the Joker. When Terry McGinnis is fighting Joker in Tim Drake's body and telling him about how he knows all the original moves that the original Batman and Robin knew at their peak. And he's totally discounting Terry. Like Terry ain't shit but a carbon copy of fake knockoff Batman. And then Terry started relying on the fact that Terry is fucking Terry and not Bruce. And what did Terry start doing? He started wearing his ass out. Batman would never told you didn't know me, nigga. You don't know me. Not like that. I don't give a fuck what you thought you knew. The fact that I'm myself and I can adjust and originate on the fly means whatever you thought you watched don't fucking matter. I'm going to show you a new episode that you ain't seen yet. Now, since we know that she had to watch all this stuff on Daredevil and Bullseye fight and all the rest of that a bunch of times over and over again to get it, that means she ain't getting it on the fly. That the only thing she can get on the fly, soon as Daredevil recognizes, oops, she's doing Bullseye moves, is punch in her fucking face. All she can get is beat after that. Because she ain't good on the fly. This is live. This ain't Memorex. Which means his character is garbage. Yeah. Terry started doing street fight, nut checks, and all the shit he learned from being on the streets that Bruce did not teach him. You start fighting dirty. What up, BMT? Yeah, welcome to the copy and paste generation. I Googled it, so I know it now, too. Wikipedia, dumbasses. It's hard to read Daredevil, Iron Fist, and definitely copy Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi could make moves as he goes. You shouldn't be able to copy any one of these three fighters. You know why? They're too fucking fast. Too fast. You mean to tell me, here's how silly it sounds, BMT. You mean to tell me this bitch watching a video of Daredevil and Bullseye fighting, from watching the video, she was good enough to beat Daredevil when Daredevil was out there every night fighting people? Every night? But she sat in front of a TV monitor and she got that good? Get the fuck out of here. That's not the way it works. You know what? Look, I remember watching a video of Bruce Lee training Brandon Lee as like a 3 or 4-year-old. Now, because Bruce is teaching his son knows Bruce Lee's move. He knows the kick that his father is doing, right? Do you think Brandon Lee's kick is just as strong as his father's kick? Even though it's the same kick, do you think it's as strong? Just tell me in the chat. Do you think that's how that shit works? No, it wouldn't be. Why? Because Brandon ain't got much experience throwing that shit in a fight as his father did. He's already given up a size differential to his father, and he doesn't have his father's experience. He doesn't have his father's training, doesn't have his father's musculature. Even when he got older. So what makes you fucking think somebody can sit in front of a TV monitor, watch some shit that you did, and then go out there in the streets, find you, and beat your ass? They're smaller, lighter, and have less experience than you. How do you think they can beat you? Because they watched it on television? No. Even the Taskmaster, they put in there that he has latent mutant abilities. So his reflexes are a little quicker. He can copy. But even he trains against other superpowered people. This bitch just watching TV and good. Same thing in Blue Eye Samurai. I watch masters do their movements while my master was making their blade. So, yeah, I got good. I might like the show, but that's some bullshit. And I called it out from the first time watching it. Like, yeah, that's some bullshit, but I'm kind of digging the anime. That's some bullshit. That's not how that works. And I can beat everybody that's in this dojo because they don't know this style. Well, they actually fight real people. You ain't fought nobody. And you can just walk in here and, yeah, whatever. Fuck, man. Woo! Mary Sue is strong with this one. You go to Shang-Chi, same shit with his sister. Well, I watched the masters train you, and I just did it on my own. Nigga, that's like the dumbest shit from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Splinter was good because he watched his master and mimicked his moves. That's bullshit. You actually have to fight. That's how you get good. Maybe your footing is off. Maybe you're putting too much weight on your peg leg and you need to adapt your fighting style to work differently because you have that ailment. The fuck out of here, dude. So that's the part I'm not buying in the show, that she is just this badass fighter just all because. All because of what? She went to martial arts class? So? She just really like hurting people? Okay. Or people was going easy on her because they saw she got a peg leg. Is it made out of titanium, vibranium, or some shit like that? No? So why the fuck should it matter? My thinking is, since we're talking about a live action movie or a live action show, your DuPont foot don't feel the same as your actual foot. So that probably shouldn't be the leg you delivering all your kicks with, because it don't have the same gusto. It's not connected the same. That would be my thinking. That you favor it a little differently. Your kicks might not have as much snap because it would feel more like you just pushing off of people and not actually driving your heel into them. Just thinking. Don't know. They haven't put her up against Taskmaster. As far as I know, they haven't. Never have. Because Taskmaster would beat her ass. There's not a picture of Taskmaster that you see. I mean, his costume may look goofy as fuck. But there is not a picture of Taskmaster you find where he looked lean, small, and not buff and ripped. Ready for the funk. There's a reason why his face is that death's head, nigga. That will be it for you. It will. Because he is a killer. Just like in my job, several supervisors said, I saw you do it. You told me about it. I thought I could do it. Fucked around and found out. Yeah, Rainfire, it's the same thing in carpentry. A lot of people can watch you do shit. They cannot copy you doing it. Reason being is they don't have your skill. Watching somebody do something is not the same as actually having to get in there and do it. You can watch Steph Curry drain a three. Take your ass out there and try to drain that three with no pressure. You won't. You know why? You don't have his experience. You don't have his level of practice. You don't have his level of practice of doing it in the game when somebody's trying to run up in your face like, hey, you almost that shot, nigga. You don't have that. So just because you can watch it don't mean you can fucking do it. Even if you have the ability to copy his movements. I copied his movements. You cannot copy experience. That's what makes the character look so fucking goofy. You cannot copy experience. You can't turn up and be a prima ballerina just because I copied her movements. She ain't got her experience. What does that mean? Fucking stupid shit. Look, Shang-Chi's fighting IQ is off the charts. His fighting IQ is such as he can make styles for people. Master of Kung Fu, he can make styles for people. He made Spider-Man's fighting style just from having spider powers for a little bit. Or watching the way he moves. Like, oh, okay, well, you need to do this. This will work. Fuck out of here. Force Eagles Mass Times must have Marvel writers. I'm gonna just leave that there for the Marvel writers. Yeah, you need to go drop that on the MCU page, motherfuckers. So, all that to say, I'm not buying this shit with Echo being that hard of a fighter. I'm not. Comic book or live action. I'm not buying it. You were a street level, mid-level fighter. Apparently against people who don't know how to do martial arts. Or scared of hitting a girl, let alone a girl with one leg. Yeah, whatever. Whatever the fuck. Yeah, the Tink Tink got it in the Beekeeper too. Mm-hmm. You give a fuck about that leg, nigga. That's a liability. Rip this shit off of your ass and have you hobbling down the hallway. Now what? Now what the fuck you gonna do? And that's your main leg you keep kicking with? Yeah, I'm gonna take this shit off of your ass. You're gonna be at a disadvantage real quick. See how prodigious of a fighter you are if you can't fucking stand. Woman can't stand, she can't fight. Now what? Show me what you remembered from watching. Who did you watch fighting with one leg? Nobody? Then you're gonna get your ass beat. Yeah, dojo and the streets is two separate things. Yeah, that was kind of what they gave you in the Hawkeye show. They tried to show you some of her history to try to build this character up. That she's some scary badass. But I never bought it. Never bought it. But yeah, if you got a gun, everybody a badass when they got a gun in their hands and they can shoot you. Yeah, everybody a badass. But just as a fighter, nobody going hard on you. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody is really going hard on you. You can forget that shit. Yeah, controlled environment versus all rules out the window. Like, yeah, controlled environment versus what is rules. Number one rule, I leave. That's the number one rule. I leave alive. You need years of training. Even then, you might fail. Exactly. Yeah, I watch people play pool. I've watched some of the best players in the world play pool. I might go out and try to mimic their shots. I don't make them. I don't make them like they do. Because I ain't got the hours and experience in to make them the same way they do. Don't matter if I copy their shit exactly. I am not them. I am me. And I had to make that shit work for me and my skill set. It ain't just copying, mimicking the Arthur Murray, whatever you do, just follow these footprints, steps. No, that's not how that shit works. That means you actually have no talent. You have no skill. You are a nothing burger, a faceless automaton. Now, one of the other things that bothered me in this, like I was saying, was the fact that none of these Native American men were strong as shit in any capacity. None. You got Graham Greene up there, who was, you would forget that was supposed to be her grandfather, because she don't call him that, and nobody refers to him as that, even though he was with her grandmother. And apparently they got divorced at some point, but they're still in the same town. They own their business. They still interact with each other. And she just can't be bothered with his advances because he's looking like an old 70-year-old fucking simp. And she's just too good to be with him. For what? You still mad over your daughter dying? Oh, God. You lost a whole relationship, a whole marriage over your daughter dying. He didn't kill her. He wasn't driving the car that hit her. You just can't be bothered. Oh, he's a nasty old man. Are you fucking kidding me? No positive heterosexual relationships in this shit. A lot of hide from your feelings from other girls and shit like that, but no heterosexual relationships in this shit. No positive ones. If they had them, they destroyed them in 20 years. And couldn't be bothered with them. Like, ooh, it's yucky. It's a damn man. Ugh. So all the dudes in this shit is kind of dumbasses. Even Maya's father, Crazy Horse, and her uncle, Black Crow. Now, mind you, here's the thing. These dudes are supposed to be involved with the Kingpin, right? They're supposed to be some badasses, some killers that walked away from that life and tried to just be some normal dudes again. Why is it you got this good actor as Cheske Spencer playing Henry Lopez, Black Crow, who used to be involved with Kingpin, and you don't see this dude being badass and nothing? Nothing. Getting captured, taken hostage, and he just there scared because there's some Russian dudes there. But they know who he is. They thought he was dead. But he has a reputation. But you don't see him do shit. Just be scared. I'm like, nigga, this should have been like a John Wick moment. Like you woke up a Native American demon. It's like, you gonna come into my skate ring and hold people hostage? Oh, hell no. My niece, nigga, what's about to go down here? That should have been a problem. No, he was just a hostage. Sitting there looking just as meek as mild as a chick. A paramedic, mind you. That shit was bothering me. They made Native American men look weak as shit in this. Not only in the present day sense, in the past tense. From Chafa all the way up to Maya, they made the Native American men look weak as fuck. And I'm like, no goddamn way in hell. The only way any women, as far as I know, could be in charge of some Native American tribe is if they killed off all your braves. Because they was out there fighting. And the only thing left was the tribe, was the kids and the women. What do you think was happening in the Killers of the Flower Moon movie? White boys was marrying these motherfuckers because they had killed off their men. And they was open for colonization. And they got with them, got with these women, had them some mixed babies, and then killed off the women so they can get the property rights. Because that's how easy it can happen, because they're so strong, right? How many times has Batman got his ass beat? Don't Batman and Deathstroke have like a living blood feud? They show up and then go to fuck down. Lady Shiva. And Batman trained with people like Superman and Wonder Woman. Yeah, they even had the Native American women on that I don't need no man bullshit. Now you tell me, for what any of y'all might know about Native Americans in your region, what do you know about Native American women? They support their culture, their family, and their heritage, right? Where the fuck does this feminist shit come into that? How is that supporting family in your tribe? But I don't need no man. Really? I think you got that shit confused. That's that no hollow shit. Yeah, I learned a new word. That's what that shit is. Or like the Latinos will say that weta. That's that weta shit. That ain't they stuff. That's that dominant culture shit trying to impose that into them. She ain't had no hero's journey. There was no hero's journey in this. That's why I'm saying I'm not buying that I'm supposed to just accept her as a fucking hero now because, oh, look, she's connected to this person and they had powers, so she has powers now too. I don't give a fuck. You're a killer. Why am I not rooting for Bullseye then? If he just got powers all of a sudden. Oh, that's why. Because Bullseye is a man. And he had to train to get that good at killing people. And if you gave him powers, he would just be a supervillain with powers. Not a hero. What up, War Ready? Yeah, they don't care, dude. They don't care. I was looking at the producer, director, whoever the fuck she is, her red carpet pictures, and she out there with her Gloria all red suit on. And I'm like, this bitch right here. Oh, she really thinks she did some shit too. Oh, okay. Black Crow should have been like their version of John Wick in that town. He should have been going to fuck off. They came into his town where his family lives after he ain't got out the game. They gonna come in there taking hostages and shit like that. He should have been going bad on them. You should have been understanding why he had the name Black Crow. Because a black crow to me is a fucking raven. That's some harbinger of death shit. You should have seen that from him. It should have been a whole problem. Like, oh shit. Henry Lopez, the Black Crow. Oh my fucking God. We got a celebrity here, y'all. It should have been a problem. It should have been a problem. He wasn't a problem. He was just tied up and scared looking like they do to the black dudes. And make no mistake about it, how they did the black dudes in this, you always got it bad. You always got it worse. Standard Marvel, Disney affair. That's how you usually know some chicks involved in the shit. Because black men get fucked up a lot by women. White boys can get a bullet. Black dudes got to get embarrassed, overpowered, and just destroyed. Yeah. Psychology, much. You're a boomer. Get with the time. Stop being toxic. I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer. Which means I remember when people didn't act like this about men. I'm here with the change. seeing it coming in. Like, this is not how women acted with men. And that's why we kick up such a stink about the shit, because we understand, we remember that this ain't the way it was. It's the way it is now, but this is not the way it was. This is some new shit that we are not accepting of. We have had several Choctaw Native American chiefs in MS since the 70s, but they weren't at war either. Were they females? Were they female chiefs? That would actually make the series interesting. It would, wouldn't it? Hollywood has took Black independent women archetype and attached it to every other race of women. Because this is what you have to remember, War Ready. That Black independent woman shit, it's not a Black folks archetype. It's a Caucasian woman archetype. Black women just picked that shit up first and grafted it onto them to try to get what Miss Ann got. But it works so well, they just start trying to graft it onto every other nationality too. Since Black folks were the easiest ones to fuck with first, because we don't have a strong sense of any history here in this country outside of slavery, it's easier to work it on us first. Canaries in the coal mine. Everybody else has a stronger, closer knit historical structure, lineage to try to graft that shit onto. That's why it doesn't make any sense. You're going to take the Choctaws all the way back to when they emerged in this dimension to say, no, they had a maternal rule. Really? Really, nigga? Okay. I don't think that's it, but I'd have to talk to some Choctaw people who know the history to find that shit out. But I don't think that's completely how that shit happened. I don't. Gen X is the last of the Mohicans. We are. And it dies with us. It does. That knowledge goes when we go. Because remember the before, and we remember the after. Rainfire, I think you're talking about Marshall Bravestar. Atheists give us some Sheriff Bravest works for Black Panther. Yeah, you should. You should have got some Native American John Wick shit. Because make no mistake about it, I would have took another episode of Henry Lopez, the surviving brother of two, the Lopez boys, Maya's uncle, having them rushes, Zane and them coming down there trying to find out who blew up their fucking shipment, coming down there and starting some shit, and Henry showing them why he was the Black Crow and why they knew his name. Yeah, he could have been in there with a butter knife and a pistol going ham on the motherfuckers, and I would have loved that shit. It would have pumped the show up. It would have been an episode worth watching. If you could have got some John Wick style shit in there with this dude, like, God damn it, they coming here where my family at? Oh, hell no. And this is going to be the precursor to war. They're going to send more people now because I just slabbed all these 12 dudes. Yeah. That would have been a show worth watching. Not this bullshit where he just tied up waiting to catch a bullet in his head and got to be saved by his peg leg niece. Fucking stupid. Sorry, yeah, we're a female chief. Last one I remember was in 2011. I don't remember any female chiefs. I didn't think that was the spot they ascended to. Medicine woman, healer, yeah. Chief, it wasn't it. And I don't think they was thinking about that's the patriarchy. No, I don't think they were thinking that shit. Yeah, that's Marshall Bravestar. Speed of the puma, strength of the bear. Because ancestors are ancestors, male or female. And what I know of the Native American culture, they respect their ancestors. They pull on all of them, not just the males or the females, because the power is in all of them. And if for the most part, I would know that most of those ancestors are those great chiefs and chieftains might have been males. Not a bunch of honorary Mary Sue ass women who want to be men. They want the power of males. Without the struggle of males. Marry a squaw. So, what's the last part of this shit? The kingpin in this was dumb. It was dumb. There's two things that could have went unmentioned in this shit because it didn't really matter. One is Daredevil being in it. Daredevil's not in this shit. You'll see Daredevil in the first episode. That's the last time you'll see his ass. So they could have not mentioned that shit and it'd been fine. But they wanted somebody to watch this show because nobody was looking for it and nobody was interested. You got characters that have been around, popular, selling comics for 50 fucking years, can't get a show. This character has been up there for the last 20 years. I don't even think has their own book right now. Probably does because of the show. And you want to put this one out there first. No, it wasn't a footnote. It was just nostalgia based. See, she fought Daredevil and beat him. She held her own. That means she's okay. Fuck you. You know what I saw? I saw this bitch kept grabbing a gun trying to shoot his ass. He didn't grab a gun and try to shoot her. He gave her that raid treatment. Pulled a shelf on top of her ass and left her. He went about his business. So Daredevil was pointless to mention. You might as well left that as a cameo and just let it be an Easter egg for people and left it at that. That was nothing to be saying, oh, Daredevil's in the show. So fucking what? Is it his show? No? Well, what does it matter? But you're going to use something people want to see and keep putting them in shit that people don't want to see. She-Hulk. Echo. They're getting a lot of mileage out of using Daredevil, and I ain't seen his show yet. But they keep trying to bait people with the Daredevil Billy Club to come watch some other goofy-ass female show. Funny, it don't work the opposite way, right? You don't use no female characters to pump up some guy's show, do you? Bait and switch in full effect. Yeah. So the other person that was dumb in this shit was the Kingpin. Now, why was the Kingpin dumb? For one, they don't explain how he survived getting shot in his fucking eyeball in the Hawkeye show. Now, you didn't see him get shot in his eyeball, but the indication is that he got shot in his eyeball at close fucking range by a pistol that Maya held and aimed. Now, unless she became blind all of a sudden and just grazed his eyeball, he should have a fucking hole in his head. Since he comes back in this shit, I like seeing Vincent D'Onofrio. I like Vincent D'Onofrio as an actor. I like him being the Kingpin. The MCU version of the Kingpin is dumb. He is dumb, even though they're trying to use the Netflix version of him. Their version of him is dumb. Now, after being in a coma for 5 months, his first thought after coming out of his coma is he needs to call somebody to find Maya because his adopted niece is so important to him that just shot his ass. Mind you, I watched what's supposed to be this Kingpin crush a dude's whole fucking skull with the door on his car for just saying something stupid. I watched him beat the hell out of somebody because they was messing with Vanessa. But he gonna come all this way after 5 months in the coma. Stop the hit team that's about to kill this bitch. And her uncle. And her cousin. So he can come down there and bring her some dinner that they don't even eat. Because he wants to talk to her and give her that Kingpin shit that she wanted. Huh? I don't remember the Kingpin being such a fucking simp. You gonna show up to this bitch who shot you in the face. Just say that. You didn't shoot him in the eye. You shot him in the fucking face. Or grazed him or some shit, right? Muzzle flash, blinded him, fucked up his eyeball, some shit. But obviously you didn't aim point blank dead center for his eyeball and pull the trigger. You did all that. She did all that to you. And the first thing you want to do is show it with some wine, the cookies she like, and some little dinner because you want to have your Sunday family dinner with her. What? This would make an actual Kingpin will understand this makes him look weak as fuck. Weak as fuck. Not only would your organization be in such disarray after 5 months of you just disappearing, comatose, you'd have so many people trying to vie for the title of Kingpin. You wouldn't have time to be worried about this little bitch, let alone time enough to be showing up with some nice Lafitte and cookies. Go, what the fuck is this? How old is she? Nah, bro. That was dumb. You spent all this money on R&D so you can put a contact in her head and make it look like you signing language, but you never learn how to do sign language? Well, that's not the Kingpin, because the Kingpin knows how to fight. He learns a lot of shit. Why wouldn't he learn sign language? Oh, I got it. Because that would be bullshit. If y'all don't know. That was dumb. All that build up, all that shit about wanting to have dinner. He pulled the containers out. They didn't even eat. He just got up and left. I'm like, so what the point was all of that shit? The conversation? You could have had the conversation without the pretense of dinner. If you're going to think the wine is poison, the food is poison, the cookies might be poison. If he wanted your ass dead, he could have just let the motherfuckers kill you. He was investing too much into this for no real reason, unless he was on some Woody Allen shit that he wanted to marry the chick. I raised you so I can marry you later. Whatever you want. No, that's Vanessa is whatever you want. Now, the other dumb shit that they did to the Kingpin was have him lose control and blurt out the truth, which is very un-Kingpin, very un-Wilson Fisk of him. How you get into the middle of the scene? You've been hiding for 20 goddamn years the fact that you had this girl's father killed. To get to a point that you about to kill her and her grandmother, and her cousin, and you just blurt out, "That's why I had your father killed." What? What kind of comic book villain bullshit is that? That is not Kingpin level shit. He don't lose his cool like that. Even when he snatched up Matt Murdock while he was in prison, he still had a level of cool about his ass. He ain't admitting shit. He too smart. Now he will grab a motherfucker up to let him know I can still touch you. But he ain't about to go be blurting out no dumb shit like that. Ugh. That was stupid. Especially going for the overhead double axe handle blow on some little ass person. Kingpin, for those who read comics know this, Kingpin is a trained fighter. Boxing, sumo, judo. He would not be running in like a fucking professional wrestler with a double axe handle. The fuck are you thinking? Kingpin can fight. That's why his nemesis is Daredevil. Not because Daredevil just get up there and get to punching on his fat belly and knock his ass out. No, it ain't none of that going on. Kingpin is big, but he muscular. And he break motherfuckers. So, no. Double axe handle ain't happening. Yeah, he would have offed her himself. Look, you just saw him beat the shit out of an ice cream man. Why the fuck wouldn't he beat the hell out of her? You don't give a shit about that stuff. And yeah, the kinder, gentler Kingpin gets emotional about something other than Vanessa and Typhoid Mary. Very emotional. Yeah, too in touch with his feelings. Oh, and this kinder, gentler Kingpin requests that his adopted niece kill him. Yeah. Shows her the hammer that he beat his father to death with and presents it to her saying, "Oh, you want your freedom? Then you have to kill me." Nigga, you ain't her father. She knows who her father was. Yeah, the other Lopez, Crazy Horse. Yeah, she know who her daddy was. She kind of know what her daddy did for you. She never understood why they call him Crazy Horse. Apparently, we don't get to see that part, which should have been some more Native American John Wick shit. But be that as it may, her father, she loved. You ain't her father. She might have loved you too, but you ain't her daddy. Why do you think you need that, uncle? Yeah, Aquateki, that Kilby scene was a whole what the fuck moment, and that's why I got that whole shit about patricide. I was not free until I could kill him. What? Nigga. Your father was an abusive drunk and your freedom didn't come until you opened his head up to the world with a hammer? Okay, maybe for your situation, but that does not graft onto everybody. Mm-mm. That shit that really just took me like, oh no. Like Chris was talking about earlier about being in the flow with a story. That took me completely out there. She's like, wait a goddamn minute. Wait a goddamn minute. What the hell are we talking about here? Oh no, I don't approve of this message. Fuck you. Hell no. So she proving her independence and that she's a prisoner because she didn't want to kill him. Who wrote this? Who wrote this and what issues they got with their family and their daddy? Because that's what this shit sound like. Somebody need to be taking a long trip on a short couch. That shit was not cool. That was very un-Kingpin, but very questionable in and of its own writing. Like, Now, on top of all of that, Kingpin about to kill all these innocent Native Americans that don't know shit about what the fuck is going on whatsoever, just to prove a point to Maya because she won't come back with him. He's so distraught over his adopted niece won't come back with him. He gonna kill all these people like some jealous ass boyfriend with a mental condition. Oh, you love them more than me? Well, I'm gonna kill all of them. That sounds like some woman thinking. That's what that sounds like to me. That is some feminine fucking thinking. Everybody else gotta die because you ain't getting what you want? Because they love somebody else? Motherfucker, I remember Fatal Attraction. Single white female. Fucking disclosure. Look, come on, man. And I remember enough of these FBI files of how women will snap the fuck off and want to kill everybody because she couldn't have the shit that she wanted. And these are real people, not fictional characters. So no, I'm not buying that shit whatsoever. If they ain't fucking with him, why would he care? To punish her? You gotta come back with me. Fuck you. Shout out to Joe Herb for supporting the stream. I will give you double that. Appreciate you, Joe Herb.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Yeah, man, like he turned into Scent Pen. That's what he turned into. King of nothing. The motherfucker even ran from the police. The Kingpin ran from the police? Are you fucking kidding me? Where does that happen? Kingpin never run from the cops. You don't have to. He's the fucking Kingpin. Even if they arrest him, he can buy their ass off. No, but this Kingpin running like a comic book cartoon villain. Not even a comic book villain, a cartoon villain. Cops are coming. Got to get out of here. Now he's just a common criminal. Not the Kingpin of crime in Oklahoma. He's willing to murder all these Native Americans. They ain't did shit to him. But he worried about these 3 police cars showing up? I don't think so. Stupid shit. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Where are we at? 10 minutes before the 4-hour mark. Anyway, that was my view on Echo. It could have been better. As I understand, it was 8 episodes cut down to 5. And then those 5 episodes were edited the fuck up to actually make what they considered a cohesive show. And that's why the time on each episode decreases for every episode. They did a lot of editing. I did think it was a very bold choice to do a show where the main character is fucking deaf. It's like doing an Inhuman show and Black Bolt being your only, your main character. The character that doesn't speak is your main character. Interesting choice. Interesting. Now, I don't buy this whole, oh, she's the first deaf heroine. Like, she's not a heroine. Echo is a killer. Makari from the Eternals is a hero. You know, the speedster from the Eternals, little black chick who's deaf, actually deaf. Yeah, that is your first hearing impaired hero. But that don't fit the narrative right now, does it? Because she ain't got no community behind her about to throw a bunch of money at you motherfuckers. So now, Echo is your first hearing impaired hero, who is not a hero. She's a killer. You know, she worked for the Kingpin killing people. She's not a hero. She's not. Call her what the fuck it is. Black Widow is a hero. Why? Because she did used to kill people. But now she kills people for S.H.I.E.L.D. and works with the Avengers. She's a hero. Echo is not a hero. She's a villain. Yeah, she killing other worse people. But she ain't trying to clear her ledger of none of the red she got in there. From the year she was working for Simp Pen and killing a bunch of people. Where's that atonement? Or is that something you think you're going to get in the season 2? No, sir. I'm not interested. But I wish everybody luck. I do. But that is bullshit. Appreciate you, Zajack, for the super sticker, the $5 super sticker, $5 holla. Appreciate you for the coffee money. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Yeah, they both were. Yeah. Told you I don't like all of one thing on anything. You need a mix. You need a mix of ideas. It would help. What's Kingpin doing next? Pouring bleach on her clothes, pouring paint on her Jordans. He's going to break her PlayStation with a hammer. Yeah, you're going to go burn down her fucking house. Or chase her down the street because she got a text message from her grandmother on her phone. Welcome to the modern film CU, where the favorite heroes become simps, wimps, and sin eaters, and eventually die. Cast off just so they can support the chick that's coming along to do everything that they did without any of the experience. Marvel's problem is they want to put girl power on every female character, and it doesn't work for Echo. And it shows how forced they're trying to make it. It doesn't work for her. It doesn't work for any of those characters. Even in the comic book, she wasn't coming in as a fucking hero. You remember she came in to the Daredevil book, right? She came in to kill Daredevil. Daredevil is a hero. She came in to kill Daredevil. She's not a hero. Even giving her the Phoenix Force didn't make her a fucking hero. Because, as you've seen, even Magneto and Namor had the Phoenix Force. And Namor drowned Wakanda with that shit. Just saying. Just saying. So, I'll give y'all about 30 minutes. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. You want to come up and have a productive conversation? Please do. I'll run this for about 30 minutes, and then I'm going to get out of here. If you don't come up, I will end it sooner. That's just what it is. Appreciate your Rainfire. Rainfire said some leftover butane heater and rocks. Although money, winter is coming tomorrow. Oh, shit. Shout out to Rainfire Designs. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Yes, they do need a serious girl boss memorandum, but they won't. This is what me and JT were arguing about. We were discussing yesterday. It wasn't an argument, it was a discussion about where this shit in the MCU comes from. If it's a Disney push or is it a Marvel push? And I was telling him that the main Disney push is, yes, Disney likes princesses. It does. Always has. But with that push, Marvel does theirs a different way than, say, Lucasfilms does theirs. And it's not that different because you found out that Kevin Feige and Kathleen Kennedy kind of like each other. So they feed ideas to each other, sort of. She feeds ideas to his ass. So the way Marvel does it used to be not so much in your face. It was more subversive. They just feed it in there slowly. Lucasfilm version is just to give it to you whole hog, all in your fucking face, like it or not. Perfect example of that is Rey. No lube, no nothing. Rey's just in your face, and she's just the bestest ever. Shout out to Doomcock and Nerdrotic. Either way, it's the same thing. All right. Besties ever. Yeah, they just gave it to you whole hog. Strapped it on and stuck it to you. Marvel it slid in between, two good movies. Infinity War and Endgame. It's just slid it right in between there, like a TF. Then they gave it to you in the face. Surprise, motherfucker. Try to, at least. But over time, you've seen the girl boss has just been popping up all over the place. Every fucking series has a girl boss stepping into the role. Every movie does. Even the Shang-Chi movie ended. Your last scene of that movie is what? The daughter taking over the dead father's organization and turning it into her own organization. Neon colored, graffitied, and all the rest of that shit. I guess she's going to have tattoos on her ass next. Brother doesn't want it. He want to go back and be a, parking lot attendant. Daughter want that power, though. What did you get out of Falcon and Winter Soldier? You get Peggy Carter's granddaughter or niece becoming a villain, becoming a power broker. and selling Shield secrets. Yeah, Captain America is a younger girlfriend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a whole villain now. You got Julie Louise-Dreyfus showing up as a replacement for Nick Fury. Contessa Valentine making her own team of Avenger-like characters stepping into the fray. Like I said, Marvel does theirs a little differently. It's more subversive. Every show. Every show. Every movie. Now, Marvel has always had strong female characters in it. I say it's some of the best ones, some of the more interesting ones. But to me, they're more fleshed out. But I don't sit and read a shitload of DC to see how fleshed out Black Canary or Zatanna or anybody down the list from Wonder Woman is more fleshed out. I don't think they are because they don't usually run their own books. Just what it is. But you will commonly have Marvel female characters running their own books, having their own books, because they put them out there, because it's more character over powers. But since the 2000s, it has been more agenda over character. And that's a failing. So trust, I would have wanted this show to be good. Like I said, I don't think the actors did a bad job. But the material is such that it wasn't bad, mostly. But this is where we are now. If I can show you the link between an MCU show, a Netflix show, a fucking Lucasfilm show, a Warner Brothers show, what does that show you? It's not about the particular company. It's about an overall narrative that these people are pushing, the agenda. Make no mistake about it, as soon as Amazon releases their next Rings of Boredom season, you're going to see it again. You will see it again. Totally different company, not attached to Disney, not attached to MCU or KK or none of that shit, right? So how are they all on the same script? How are they all on the same script? Because that's the agenda. So I'll say this for these motherfuckers. They sticking to the agenda like a motherfucker. Imagine if you got them on the side of doing some right, they'd ride for you. But they so busy trying to tear shit down, they ain't thinking about none of that. Right or wrong or whatever. They just want the carrot. Don't matter if it's molded. It's fucking cold. Like 3 in the afternoon is cold as shit. I don't live in a snowy place. Anyway, since nobody is coming up, nobody feels brave enough. 4 hours in, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Thank you guys for coming up. We did not make the goal today. But I do appreciate everybody who supported the stream. Shout out to my boys, Chris and Joe, for coming on and blessing the stream with their creative thoughts and ideas and sharing that with you folks. Definitely, if you get a chance, you want to read some sci-fi, definitely pick up Chris's book, Revised, with a Y. It's not a typo. And if you want to get into that geek space of reading some actual comics, pick up Arc, or Hellfire or Sugar Rush or God Hand by my boy Joe and get into his headspace on how he creates and the stories that he wants to tell. And if you want to get into my headspace of what I do, like and subscribe to the channel and click the bell. Yeah, the lost money agenda. Yeah, studio, that's pretty much what it is, but they don't give a fuck. It's more important to them that they put out the agenda than they make money. Because apparently these people don't understand that if it's not making dollars, it don't make sense. But they'll burn that whole fucking company down trying to push this agenda. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, apparently. They'll burn that damn kingdom down. It don't matter. Lose all the money they want to. They ain't have to make it. Why do they care? Like a woman, they'll just find another dude to pay them. They ain't left your ass in ruins. They want to be men. For what? You got to deal with shit like that. But anyway, that's it for my show. I will see you guys next time. This has been Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday, rain or shine. Shit. Rain or shine, home or not, I will do this show and give you guys a little bit of my thoughts, ideas on what I see in the world, the geek space, the YouTube space, and just life in general. I appreciate you guys showing up and being those loyal, devoted fans. I do appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. So we do this every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time in the UK. So I am artisanmc. Oh, wait a minute. We got somebody showing up. Everybody want to show up at the last minute. What's good, brother Malika?
What's up, homie? How you doing?
Got the black excellence on the wall. Ooh, Sade. What's up, girl? I need that picture, man. She's sitting there just looking at you like love is rock. I'll be by your side. What you got on this? You got some words you want to throw at us real quick?
I wanted to talk about Reacher. You got to bear with me. I know I look a little haggard. I just got off work. So
no, you needed. I might as well run this for a half hour so you can get a download because you need to de-stress. I'm sure.
No, I'm cool, man. It's just here on the East Coast, man. It's cold outside, and Sunday's a busy day. When you're doing lifting pallets with pallet jacks and lifting pallets and moving, and I'm listening to you. And I'm looking like, oh shit, I can get off, so I can get on. And he said, oh, he's gonna put the streaming on, so let me come home and just, this is my unwind on a Sunday, man. I mean, I listen to you, so if I can come up, I can come up. But man, when you gave the Echo review, I like the review that you dropped earlier today. That was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I might just see it for shits and giggles.
You're like, I might just see it.
Just for shits and giggles.
Right.
I mean, just to see Vincent D'Onofrio, see the cameo of DD. But when you went more and I said, oh, they're going to show, Native American, Native, representation, something cool. But then, like, when now you start pushing the feminist vibe with Native Americans. So I said, so this is the Woman King's version of goddamn Native America. I was like, so what the hell?
I didn't think about that one. See, this is what I mean. Everybody don't think the same. I didn't make the Woman King connection to this shit one time. I haven't heard anybody else do that shit either.
Because when you started
pulled it out of his brain, it's like, yeah, this like the Woman King. Like, goddamn right. Goddamn right. I didn't think of that. That's all Malika.
What was that? Disney did that Indian princess like 20 years ago. What was the name of that?
Pocahontas.
So this is like the Pocahontas woman princess, type shit. Woman King.
Basically, all your women have power and none of your men do.
What was that Netflix series where the females had powers and the men didn't?
I believe Dr. T reviewed it. It was called The Power. That's what it was called, The Power. Like they all got the power, and men was just there to be, helpmates. Okay.
So with this Chickawa tribe, somehow in their genetic makeup, the females only get the power.
The females only get the power. It only passes to the females.
So it's the power of the P. Yeah, okay.
Power of the vajayjay. Where all the strength comes from, right? Don't matter that these women got to get pregnant by somebody.
No, they ain't
Right.
getting this.
They ain't having a bunch of virgin births.
When you were
But-
showing the editing, like when you were showing the different scenes,
Mhm.
and they showed, like, I guess it's the flashback, the native people and the one chick that had the face paint on,
Mhm.
and you could tell it was that feminist mean look. I'm like, oh, really? Wow,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
And I was just like, now I don't know if I want to see this shit. But then you start talking about it, I just want to see it just for like shits and giggles and say, okay, yeah, I see it. But then when you were talking about Kingpin, I was closing up, right?
Mhm.
And when it got me, I was like, the Netflix rendition of Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin was great.
Mhm.
He was emotional, but he didn't simp like a jealous lover.
Mhm.
When he got mad and he beat up one of his men and beheaded him with the car door, that was more because of he loses control because you embarrass me, because this is a certain type of image that he wanted to portray to her.
He embarrassed me.
He got mad at Punisher and he got mad at Daredevil because it was about that male ego. Oh, you're beating me up. Oh, you're trying to take me down. It was just like it's just like two dudes squaring up.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, you're not going to best me. Like, um here's the funny thing. When I saw Punisher and Kingpin fight, it's like two rabid dogs.
Mhm.
When Punisher realized, and here's the smart thing with Wilson, Fisk realized, I'm not going to be able to beat him the old-fashioned way.
Mhm.
That's when he realized he had to use his brain to go at
Make his
Punisher.
ass go through the gauntlet first.
Yeah.
Calm this motherfucker down because he got a little bit too much in the tank.
And that's where like Wilson's like, okay, he's just as tough as I do, and he'll take it there. For a while through the comics, and this, Daredevil would have took it there.
Mhm.
But Punisher realized Daredevil has an honor code.
Yep.
And that's why he will always mess with him.
He has
That's
all
why,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
he always knows that where's that certain line. But when you have a guy like him tripping over this one woman, and then but like my thing is from like when awesome show today with the two brothers.
Thank you.
That's why I like your show, because you brought two brothers on, and also it was very inspirational because for us creatives, it's inspiring to get back into the groove and just to do stuff for creative sake. These brothers are not doing it for money. They're not doing it for clout. They're just doing it because they love being creative, and that's what that's about. And here's one beautiful thing: you hear two young, beautiful black men be articulate and explain their stories and
Mhm.
giving detailed explanations of stories about the human condition. And that's what these stories are about. It's not just about, a guy saving the day. It's about the human condition, but they're giving it from their rendition and how the way they have the experiences. Linking that where why is Kingpin so invested in this young woman and why is he so obsessed with her? That's my thing. And my thing is just like, okay, is this MCU's rendition of Kingpin, or are we still having connection to the Netflix universe. Because if you're having Kingpin, this I can understand this is his adopted daughter and this is somebody he used, but why the obsession? And I'm not being emotional, but I'm picking it apart and I'm saying, okay,
Mhm.
why is he obsessed? I can understand that if it's his biological daughter, right? Then I can understand that. I can understand that, okay, her father might have been his best friend and there's some connection there.
It wasn't. He was just a soldier, like one of his soldiers.
Exactly.
It wasn't Wesley. It was just one of his soldiers. Right?
Exactly. So you're creative, but also you like me. I pull back the layers and I ask the questions of who, what, where, when, and why.
Mhm.
And I'm not just doing it to be a dickhead. I'm like, okay, why? Because why this powerful character all of a sudden is so obsessed with this woman? And from a chick that shot. Now, okay, Aquateki said this is not the Netflix Kingpin.
Mhm. It's supposed to be.
But my thing is, you're showing that this guy is vital, but why is he so obsessed with this person? You see, my thing is, you revealed something to me before. Now, the thing is, if he's not the Netflix Kingpin, he's the MCU's version of the Kingpin.
Mhm.
Let it go the same way for Daredevil and any other people that you're going to bring from Netflix over into the MCU. Just don't let it happen just for, Kingpin or the villains. Is it going to be the same for Daredevil? Because if he's not the same Daredevil from what we know on Netflix, okay, then
Yeah, it's
and
not.
it's
They've
like
they've said that about the Daredevil is that how they're justifying these characters being in that universe. Remember that initially the Netflix characters were a part of that universe,
mhm,
right? And then there was a time where they were separated and they couldn't mention events in the MCU, in the greater MCU, right?
mhm.
So they were pulled out. Now that they got those characters back, they keep their backstory. All the stuff that you saw that happened to those characters on Netflix still happened, but they're able to go in and tweak the characters a little bit to make them more MCU friendly. That's why you get Daredevil doing goofy shit like the Walk of Shame,
Okay.
right? So you get the Kingpin showing up and the Kingpin having like comic book Kingpin, damn near super strength, ripping the door off of limos and shit like that, right?
Mhm.
So it's little tweaks that they make to the character, but they're still trying to keep the essence, the history of that character from what they were doing in Netflix. But they are flipping it a little bit, right? So
Okay.
different fucking writers, different understanding of the character, different seriousness they take it. They don't take the characters as serious as the people at Netflix did. That's just what it is. They don't. They don't treat them the same way. They're not as good of writers, apparently,
But
because
then
now you have him doing shit that's against his character that you know from comics or just in the live action world. Say this is not the way that Kingpin acts. That's not it. So you a
and
shitty.
what gets me is like I said, okay, I don't mind tweaks, but you're lessening him.
Mhm. That's the thing.
And my thing is you have a character of this magnitude, right? And it makes the character look like you said, the Echo is a nothing burger.
Cheers.
And it's like you're trying to make this character more than what it is. I can understand that you're trying to maybe put more female characters out there. You even showing characters that are handicapped or handicapable, or I don't care how PC you want to be. Okay, I don't, and also okay, here's a trifecta what you're hitting with her. Female, handicapped, and she's of mixed lineage. She's of Latino and Native lineage. Okay. So you got the cool trifecta going on here. So you got the diversity trifecta going on with this character.
Mhm. The dance card is full.
But somehow, and like you said,
Just missing the LGBT on it.
yeah. Well, it might slip in it. Well, you give her a resting bitch face, so she has. That's a. When I put in your comic section, I said her other superpower is her permanent resting bitch face, and like
Mhm.
how you said, she just has that blank stare.
She don't emote. Yeah.
I'm like, and I said, and that was the thing that I couldn't understand when I was seeing the Hawkeye. Like only time you saw her maybe like when she cried or she looked a little dismayed, but then through the rest of the show, it's just like, damn, like you that pissed off? Do you smile? Why you always look like you're constipated or you got a bad corn or something like that?
Mhm.
I said, all right, you got 1 foot. You shouldn't be that deep. And you're kicking people's, but then like you're saying, it was nothing like there's nothing else with the character. And that's where it just falls flat. And you hit it as like, okay, there's no other emotive. There's always this blank stare in the resting bitch face. And no shot to the female that plays the character. No
Yeah.
shot to her.
Yeah, Alakwa Cox. No, she's fine. I mean, that's why I specifically put up a picture of her in just real life fucking smiling.
Yeah.
So you say, okay, she got a pretty smile too. Okay, cool. So you can emote. This is what you're getting in the show, and this is what she looks like any other time. It's like, yeah, Captain Marvel face ass. Captain Stone face ass mother.
And like how you said, I like how you said when you were talking about when they show these characters or these females who somehow you can be skilled. Remember when we were kids, we would watch martial arts theater, kung fu theater, and black belt theater, and we automatically think that
Theater.
we become martial artists and something like that.
Yeah, you gotta think get your ass kicked.
Or you
Watch
when you go to Asian world or Chinatown, you get your first pair of nunchucks and you think that you're Bruce Lee and stuff. And then when you go get in a fight, you start trying to remember and think all the other shit that you learned off of kung fu theater. And somebody said, this is real life, motherfucker. Come on.
Mhm.
Or when you saw fucking Rocky 3 or Rocky 2, you get all the energy and you think you can box, and all of a sudden you get in a fight and you get your ass kicked for real in real life.
For real, for real. It's
But
that
this is
Eddie
what
Murphy
fucks.
show. Like you watch a Rocky movie and try to do that shit for real.
But this is what fucks me up with the Mary Sueism. Like this is one of the Mary Sueism which you show that even where this is what I love with wuxia flicks or old-fashioned martial arts flicks. When you have the protagonist, he goes to the master and he learns martial arts. When he goes to fight the main villain or the antagonist, he may not win the first couple of fights. He may have to go back and learn more.
Mhm.
In the first Rocky, he didn't win. In the first Creed, he didn't win. This is one thing that you might be skilled out the wazoo, or you might be evenly matched, but at least like you get your butt kicked. Ethan Hunt gets his ass kicked.
Mhm.
John Wick gets his ass kicked. You know, Han Solo got frozen in carbonite.
No shit, he lost.
Luke and Anakin both lost a hand. You know, even Yoda got knocked around a few times, man.
Yeah, Yoda lost.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all noticed that, but Yoda lost.
I mean, just the fact that we're like you hit it, you said, okay, Shang-Chi was trained from a child to be a weapon. And for his graduation, he had to go kill one of his father's enemies. And he did it and that hung around on him for a while. And you could tell that was the emotional thing that he had, that he didn't want to become like his father. He didn't want to become a killer. But his sister, somehow, she has a mega terabyte hard drive for a brain. And she's just as good as him. Somehow, Echo, besides her having this spiritual power that you're saying she has, in the show, she has this ability where she can do same. Now, at least what they did with the Taskmaster, she was programmed. At least there was the programming there that was done by her father.
Mm-hmm.
We could see that. But
Well,
somehow,
in the MCU, that ain't the real Taskmaster. That's Taskmaster in name only.
yeah, I mean, and here's the funny thing, and I wanted to say this, even in the Taskmaster in the Marvel Universe, he's still trained. It's not like, oh, I just binged watched 20 hours of some of the best martial artists, boxers and fencers and shooters, and I'm all good now. No, he had to train. And mercenaries would go to his school to train. And he's the one that trained US agent in the use of how the way Captain America uses his shield. He also trained, didn't he train some of the recruits during what was that? What was that incident where Marvel Universe characters split? The Civil War.
Yeah, he trained some of everybody, heroes and villains,
So
because he is that damn good.
yeah, I like when you had the limited series when they had the Japanese American guy who had kind of the animation influence, the anime influence when he had his limited series that was about 5-10 years ago. That was a good series showing him as as this mercenary / spy, which he was very cool. But like how you said, skilled. Skilled is not like,
Yeah, watching never indicates skill to me. It never does. It never will. That does not make any goddamn sense to me. It might be a cool idea to think about, but that makes no sense because it does not equate to your body being able to do. I don't care if you remembered every step, every muscle twitch. It doesn't mean that you're delivering it the same way. It doesn't. That's not how that works.
You notice with that power, remember in the show Powers? In the second season, they had the black girl. She had the muscle memory power too.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it's amazing how they give it to the females.
Yeah, heroes. That's how they try to get them to catch up. Because what you're saying is you're already admitting that this female has a loss of experience. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the skill.
So
but if you can give her this power, she can cut the experience gap and catch up to you. That's a Mary Sue, is it? Because that's not how that works.
They showed it with She-Hulk. I was like, how's it all of a sudden now she's learned, like she's with her cousin for, I don't know, they were trained for maybe like a week, but then all of a sudden now she can fight and she can do all the other stuff. I'm like, oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, she ain't been a fighter. She ain't been fighting people. Now I can see being a little bit more agile, being that she's smaller. But she ain't learning all the same shit he had to learn for himself quicker.
And what gets me, I'm like, hold up. This dude was a couple of years on a war planet as a freaking gladiator. So all of that's gone?
Yeah, you just bested him because you got it this week. Because you was mad about getting catcalled. Okay. All right, bitch. Whatever.
This is a dude that fought the Shatari. This is a dude that headbutted a worm floating in the air. But somehow now you on an island with your cousin and you're talking. Now you got the skill of a skilled fighter. Okay, yeah.
Right. Well, you ain't never threw hands before, but now because you hulked up, now you're a skilled fighter. That's not how that works. That's why that's that Superman syndrome. If I'm bigger and stronger, that means I can do all of this stuff. No, it just means you're bigger. But my main thing I've always said, and they've gone back and changed it with Superman, Yeah, Superman got all that strength, but Superman can't fight.
Mhm.
Why? Because he's always been strong. He's never had to take his bumps like a Batman and learn how to get up from being knocked the fuck down.
That's why they always have to every 10 to 15 years, they always have to put him back on War World with Mongol. They always
Mhm.
have to do the gladiatory combat to remind you that, oh, he has to go and relearn. They have to do that same cycle again. He goes back, he
Yeah.
becomes a gladiator on Mongol's world to show that he can be a fighter. He knows how to fight.
Mhm. Yeah, studio women apparently don't need training. They can give and take a punch without ever giving or taking a punch. Exactly. And can be better at you at it. Bullshit. It's bullshit. And like Aquateki was saying about Neo, even Neo had to train after getting a kung fu download in his brain. Exactly.
Mhm.
Because just having the information is not being able to practically put it into use. I know what I should be doing here, but it's not working the same way. And to Aquateki's other point, he said he made nunchucks out of paper towel rolls. What's your problem? You're supposed to make it out of your mama's mop, old mop. You break that bitch in half, find an old hacksaw blade or a saw blade, old rusty one, and cut that shit up and get to tying it together with string and shit. Learn your knots so you can
Yep.
be in there doing it.
And hide them from your mama or your grandmama.
Like, I will show you this Aquateki just because I got it out of storage.
Were they foam ones?
No, these are not foam.
Oh, oh, they actual. Okay.
No, these are not foam. This is fucking wood.
Okay.
How do you learn how to do that shit successfully? From smacking yourself in the back of the head with them motherfuckers. Like,
Yep.
okay, like we ain't doing that no more.
I remember.
We gonna figure out how to do this correctly. I don't care what you thought you memorized. I saw Bruce Lee do it. He just did, yeah. But he didn't smack himself in the head many a time.
Okay.
You gonna learn too. Learn how to do that shit correctly so you don't get hit in the back of the head. No, there are outtakes to life. You just don't get to see them.
Exactly. But on a lighter note, did you see Reacher?
I didn't get to watch Reacher yet. I
Okay.
binged. It was either Reacher or Echo, and I watched Echo first before I went to Chris's thing. So when I came home, I finished doing the review for Echo. I still didn't watch Reacher. So Reacher was today. I was going to watch Reacher after this stream, and then watch Reacher, and then I was going to go to the movies to see Book of Clarence.
Okay. Now, did you see last week's Reacher?
Oh hell yeah!
Okay. Do you want to talk about that for a little?
Yeah, we can talk about that. Like
My man got killed.
Yeah.
Oh, I was hope. Can I say something? What I like about Reacher?
Mhm.
It's reminding me of, don't get too attached to certain characters.
Game of
They
Thrones.
may or may not die.
George R.R. Yeah, they got that
Yeah.
George R.R. shit. Like, you like that character? You do? You sure?
You sure about that?
Kill that
See,
motherfucker.
now my thing is,
He's dead? Yes.
now I want you to keep this in mind when you see this episode. You're gonna be wondering, damn, who's
No
gonna die
spoilers.
next?
Well, I was already thinking that, like, damn, they killed, what was his name? Santini or something like that.
Yeah.
Damn, he had a good little moment. Even checking his father's old partner, checking him. It's like, oh, they about to kill this. It's like, no,
Checking
don't
his
go after a little
supervisor,
girl
yeah.
like that. No, you can make it out of this. Don't do that. He went out there like a soldier. I'm like, he is a New York cop, I guess. God damn. I was disappointed in that. I didn't like that he got killed, but it actually means that those characters will carry that weight.
Mm-hmm.
Will carry that weight with him. That he was a legitimately good cop. He was a good cop.
But here's what you like about a story. When you have the stakes of getting higher like that in a story, that makes it even better. I liked how the way what just don't care. They'll kill like Reacher has no he has no filter.
No, he probably got some Asperger's. He
Yeah,
somewhere. He probably Asperger's like a motherfucker.
because when he's mentioning, all right, we're gonna go take out and kill. Like, all right, you got a 14-year-old girl right here. You don't
Yeah,
mention that when you have a 14-year-old girl.
in front of the children, man.
Yeah.
He deal with kids.
Um,
Deal with kids too often.
I liked how the way when that dude got hit by the car, you know, when Neely just hit, boom, I was like, damn, okay.
Didn't even slow down. Motherfucker did not slow down. That was abrupt. That was abrupt. I was like, this little girl about to get shot. He told you to keep running, you dumb bitch. Keep going. What you stop for? You hear gunshots going off? Go the other way. Y'all need to be raised in the hood or something. God damn. Keep going. He said keep going and don't look back. What did you do? You got 15 steps and started looking back. Should I keep running? You shouldn't have stopped.
Mhm.
Shit.
And
both ways before you cross the street. Shit.
when they were in the bus yard, here's one thing that I like about Reacher. And this is very cool because for Reacher being a very big and imposing guy, Reacher is very tactical. He will use his strength and his imposing sight on you, but he will be tactical because when he was in the bus yard, when he was taking the guys out, he was very smart. He was drawing the guys into the bus
one at a time, choke points,
and he was choking them out. Also, I'm glad they're not showing like he's got superhuman strength. We know he's showing that he's applying the strength that he's taking people out. And even they show him like he's tired, like that drains him. That he's not superhuman.
Right.
I like T2000. He plays an excellent villain. I like what he says. Get that big fucker. I was just laughing. I was just
every time I see him on the screen, I start laughing because he's talking some shit and say, "Man, that's a T1000 right there. You better watch yourself." Motherfucker might start morphing on you. He played that role. That's just what it is. He played the hell out that damn role. That's why that first scene when you see him in the first episode, he's like, "I don't give a shit about Sarah Connor." Comedy, meta comedy, like great fucking line, great line. Great line.
And I like how he says, what's your price? He's like, okay, we can still talk about what's your price. I like the weapons dealer.
Yeah, that motherfucker's something else.
Yeah.
Comic book reading weapons dealer, like.
And I like how the way he uses the switch knife.
Yeah, a little. It don't take much. That's what I'm saying. It don't take much. You know how to use it. It does not take much.
Because he killed the doctor, like he went straight to that carotid artery. And he when he went to the forgers. And he just quickly swiped dude on his neck. I was like, oh snap! I didn't even see that coming. I was like, damn.
He nasty, boy. He nasty with that shit. That tells you, to me, it actually speaks on something. If you study killers and stuff like that, right? Understanding how people can be in this kind of mind state. It's the most normal people sometimes that can do shit like that to you. It's not always some loud motherfucker that just looks like they're dangerous. It's not, dude. It doesn't take much, like they said, it doesn't take much to hurt people. It's harder to learn how to heal people than it is to figure out how to hurt people. Because hurting people is easy. It don't take much. So many pounds of pressure, a little pinch here, a little this there, people will be messed up. But fixing that stuff is what takes some actual skill and some actual training that you have to learn how to fucking do. Right? So understanding that this dude, this arms dealer, mind you, he is just an arms dealer so far, as we know, right? He is making his way across the country having killed people and escape detection just because he pay attention and smart. Like when he got to the airport and he saw them people just standing there looking like they stand in post. Like something don't look right. And what did he do? Went over to that one dude that knocked his bag over. Well, that was actually very clever. Why? Because you're seeing if that bag has weight. And that's why he said later, well, people don't usually travel with empty luggage. Now it looked like something completely innocuous, like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I just, yeah, whatever. Like they ain't got nothing in that bag. That bag empty. They looking for somebody. I'm out of this airport and I'm getting me a car. Like, that is some clever thinking, right?
And
that
also
clever thinking.
That resourcefulness, he was like, okay, how am I going to get the heck out of here? When he goes to the doctor's office, and when I realized, well, why is he going here? Is he trying to get some quick plastic surgery or something like? But now I saw the doctor and he takes the ID. I was like, the doctor resembles him a little bit. So he must have went online and saw who's somebody that I can do that. And
well,
also,
what it was when he was talking to I think his name's Robert Patrick. When he was talking to his character on the phone, he passed that bus bench.
Yeah. And he saw the advertisement.
Had his advertisement on the bus bench, and he looked at him like, "Got to make a stop first." That's when he said, "That motherfucker look like me. He local."
Yeah,
bam! I'm over there. I'm about to take this. He went over there and took that motherfucker's identity, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Well, you think about it. All right.
Holy shit, that was clever.
Well, think about it. All you had to do was put some glasses on, right? And first of all, it's a doctor. You can see that, okay, if it's his ID or if it's something and they show it like, oh, okay, doctor, blah, 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 blah. So he probably took the guy's ID, probably took an ATM card or a credit card, took all his information. And all he needed to do was they're just going to run a quick credit check, run everything. They say, oh, doctor, okay, blah, blah, blah. And they're just talking. And he's just sitting there, calm, reading a comic book, glasses on. And he goes over to the kid and he's kind. And the people are like, oh, that's sweet and that's nice. So that's how the way he blends in, very resourceful. So, and here's the thing, he's a regular looking guy. He can blend in.
Right. Regular dude.
Don't
know he just bodied two people to get here.
Yeah.
Don't know. Oh, but he's nice and he gives a kid a comic book. Yeah, he did give a kid a comic book because that's part of him too. But he did just leave two people, man, male and female, leaking somewhere to get here with this dude's ID and shit and rent this car and drive the fuck off. Like, holy shit.
And the amazing thing is that half of that police district or precinct was corrupt, and Robert Patrick had brought all those people in. Because remember, because the female that was in there, her fine self. I remember her from a lot of shows, and I said, "Oh, they got her there." I said, "All right, baby, with your high yellow self, okay." So they had her in there, and she said a lot of these guys that were ex-cops got hired under security. And they said half of the security people were like half of the cops from that doggone precinct.
The dirty precinct, yeah.
And come to find out Robert Patrick's, not Robert Patrick. Is it Robert Patterson?
It's supposed to be Patrick.
Robert Patrick.
Yeah, I'm forgetting his name.
T-1000. Well, T-1000, he or Peacemaker's father.
Yeah, Peacemaker's daddy. That's the other good role he was in. Peacemaker's dad. No, it's Robert Patrick.
Robert Patrick. Come to find out, Robert Patrick is an ex-cop. So I was like, okay. But just how the great thing is now, how the way his 1/10 people work together and each one of them has their specialty. I'm liking that.
Yeah, that's what I really enjoy.
Um, like somebody asked me, like, well, what is it that everybody else? I said, Neely has the ability to, well, she can go retrieve stuff off the net. She's kind of like the computer
She,
geek, but at the same time,
she can get information.
yeah,
She,
she's the information broker.
yeah, she can get info. She your background psyop person. She can
Yeah,
get information.
that's why she works for the
She's
insurance
very technical. Yeah, she's very technical. She will get her. You see, she get on her phone and she pull up some shit real quick. Say, "Damn, what program are you using?" Neely gets information.
And Dixon, she's the accountant. She's the forensic accountant.
Mm-hmm.
And the other guy that has the switchblade and brass knuckles, he has the connections.
Yeah,
He
he's
know
a skills person. If you
yeah,
think of it this way, think of it as the 18. Who's
yeah.
face?
Faces
Who's face?
Faces the information guy. He's the guy that knows how to connect with people.
Right.
He's your fixer.
Yeah, he's your fixer. Dixon, she's the numbers person. She probably has her own level of OCD too.
Mm-hmm. That's why her and Reacher get along.
That's why she's on the spectrum somewhere. That's why numbers really just speak to her.
Mm-hmm.
Neely has her own dysfunction too. That's why she don't like being touched.
Mm-hmm.
But Neely is really good about reading situations, getting information.
Mm-hmm.
He gets information. All of them would be considered somewhere on the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
It would be. It's just that Pretty Boy, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. He's just more people skills. He actually can deal with people really well, but he does make all those damn connections. And he weird in his own way because what does he do? He collects people's dirty fucking secrets. Mm-hmm. He your dirty operator, boy. He'll come in there and tell him, yeah, it's a damn shame how you fooled around on your wife this many times. I'm like, nigga, what? Like, oh yeah, we was watching. You didn't know that? Yeah. So look, this is what you're gonna do. We need you to vote this way on this bill because we have these pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, we're gonna ruin your whole fucking life. You have a good day. Like qualms. He doesn't have really any qualms like that. He will use information.
And also, remember, he was kind of like the player of the 1/10, and he was surprisingly out of all of them, he's the one that got married and has the kids. And when you saw him with his kids and his family, his wife understood, okay, it's time to get up out of here. She understood that and she saw that.
No question. Packing it up. Just packing it up. Daddy said it's time to go. You goddamn right. Let's go.
But also what I liked about her was she knew that how he had the loyalty to the 1/10 and to Reacher.
Right.
And
she wasn't threatened by that shit.
No. And I liked how because she knew him. But here's the great thing. All the two other guys that got killed that had family. The one wife that had the kid, she understood who Reacher was. And his kid knew who Reacher was with the 1/10, and they said, okay, this is
big guy.
These guys are here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the big guy. Because his people that was in the 1/10 with him had that respect for him. And they relayed that respect that they had for him to the people that were around them, their wives and their children. They knew who the big guy was. They knew who that guy was, a real person, and how much respect they had for him. That just showed how much respect that they had for that guy.
And here's the great thing where you see strong female characters that are just as good as the male. You know, Neely and Dixon, they're just as good as the males.
Yeah, there's not no Mary Sueism in that shit. They was in the military.
They get their ass kicked.
They do.
They can fight. They fight back. But here's one thing that you see. You don't see Neely trying to best Reacher.
Yeah.
You don't see Dixon trying to best Reacher.
Right. You
don't see Neely or Dixon trying to best the other guys. Even in the flashbacks, you don't see that. They work together as a team. Here's the funny thing. That team has been disbanded for like 5 years, right?
Right.
But when they get together, you still hear Neely call him boss.
Mhm.
And the famous phrase that they go back between them, and like when Neely figures something out, and he says, Neely, have I ever told you you're the smartest person I know? And she says, not nearly enough, boss. And
Mhm.
I like that because when they were in the diner and they have nothing but reams of paper and they're sitting there,
All over.
but here's one thing. When you look at all four of them, if you look at Reacher, you look at Neely, and you look at Dixon, you see the OCD that everything's perfectly organized.
Mhm.
And when they get the food and the coffee, no food or coffee is touching the paperwork. If you ever see Reacher, everything that he has is perfectly organized. Only
Right.
person that had different stuff that was messed around everywhere is the other guy.
Right.
Neely, her computer, like you can see Neely, she has stickers. She always has a t-shirt. She's always eating cereal. That's her niche.
Right.
Dixon, everything's perfect. Everything, the paperwork, she's doing something. Reacher, he's always looking at some. If you ever notice, he's looking at two or three things at the same time.
And
Because
memorizing it is what
yes,
he's doing. He's actually memorizing that shit. That's why he can remember. Like it would almost seem like Reacher has a photographic memory.
yes, full eidetic memory.
Yeah, that he's reading this stuff, and then when they're talking, he say, "Yeah, oh, such and such. Such and such said this, this, and this, and this." That's somebody who has trained to investigate and
Yeah.
absorb data, remember information and data and stuff. That's why when you see him walking through different places, you see him making mental notes.
Mm-hmm.
He's making mental notes the whole time, and that's why he remembers all of this stuff, and it just comes to him. So I say it's really interesting to watch him with his crew, the 1/10, to see that if you think Reacher is on the spectrum somewhere, I would say everybody he gathered around him is on the spectrum
Mhm.
somewhere too. They all have their own little idiosyncrasies that show up, and it makes it a little bit interesting to understand who these people are.
And here's the funny thing,
O'Donnell,
O'Donnell. Yeah.
yeah, O'Donnell. Yeah.
Now,
Like to fight and fight dirty too.
that's why he has the switchblade and the brass knuckles.
In the brass nuts, because yeah, he pulled that shit out, and I was like, oh, I got it.
Now,
With the nuts.
the funny thing is, the honor that Reacher has, Neely usually pays a lot of stuff because she has the expense account.
Mhm. She don't spend money.
But Reacher always pays her back. Like, remember, if he gets something, he says, "Hey, such and such pay back," and she kind of looks at him like, "You don't have to pay me back for anything."
Mhm.
But if he ever gets a hand on some money, he says, payback, here you go. This should cover it." And she
Yeah.
looks at him like, really? And she'll look at Dixon. And
Attitude
Dixon was,
national.
and like Dixon would shrug her shoulders like that's him. What I like about Dixon is assertive and she knows what she wants.
Hell yeah. I'm loving that. I was like, damn, I need that kind of grown up relationship. Like, yeah, that was a tough day. You know what? I need to blow off some steam.
And she just don't jump when she knocks on the door.
Mhm.
But now here's the funny thing, because Reacher's down, but when it comes to affairs of the heart and even romance and sexuality, he's not turning down the cooch, but he's not the one that's going to be the aggressor.
No, he's almost like vulnerable in the sense that he becomes like kind of like a teenage boy.
Yeah. Because remember when Neely comes in and like after they had sex and she comes in, she looks at him like, "Oh wow, really?"
Right.
And she says something in French and like it's uncomfortable for him. And he says, "Well, she should have used the proper version of Avu or something like that."
Right.
And Dixon looks at him like, "Really?" But he's uncomfortable because he's not paying attention to that. Okay, we're laying here in the bed. We just had a moment. She comes in and tells you something, but you're worried about some proper French terminology. So I mean,
Right. How this looks like, oh, we're not the military no more, dude.
I don't think it's not even military. I think it's just he has no he doesn't know how to have this normal thing. Like even remember when they were in Vegas, right? No, they were in the AC, not Vegas.
Atlantic City, yeah.
And they were in the suite and they were talking about their lives. And you could tell he's sitting in the chair and he doesn't know how to deal with luxury.
Mhm.
Everybody's cool and relaxed. Neely is like, sitting. Neely and Dixon are sitting how the way women are sitting. Matter of fact, the three go to the bar. O'Donnell gets the beer. Neely and Dixon definitely go for the champagne. You can tell the relax. And O'Donnell gives him a beer and they drink. But he's sitting so perfectly straight, he doesn't know how to relax.
But that's it. That might be him relaxed. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like that is what relaxing is to him. Like,
And the funny thing was, O'Donnell and Neely both said, I'm getting the master suite. That was funny. I was like, he's like, oh, they said, we'll just take normal hotel rooms or we use the motel room. And like Neely,
like hell no.
and Neely was like, Reacher, perks on the job. Let's go. And when you can tell he's uncomfortable when he goes in there. And he's like, and they're talking about, well, where do you sleep? He says, sometimes there's a hammock. One time a person's hammock in their backyard, their sprinkler system got me one time. Sometimes I'll go in cheap motels. Sometimes, maybe in the back of a trailer or, so you're a hobo, you're a bum.
Right.
He's like, I consider it more free spirit. Yeah, but really?
Yeah, O'Donnell be breaking them down. O'Donnell be talking shit.
He said, don't you miss creature comforts of good foods? He says, well, I had nice chili outside of Chicago the other day. He said, chili? Don't you miss like sleeping on a nice, comfortable bed? He says, doesn't matter to me. Okay. He says, well, what about watching TV? He said, I did see a good minor league game. And they were like, these people. Well, first of all, when you see Dixon is dressed to the nines. She has jewelry on. She's beautiful. Everything is cool.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to make sure that she's going to spend her money. Neely is going to make sure she spends her money. Neely, like ever since from the show started, them hotel rooms look nice. She's not going to deal with when they were with Reacher and they were kind of chilling, they had the little flea bag motels. But even though that they're getting the nice hotels, they're under unassumed names.
Mm-hmm.
They're using money that can't be traced anywhere. And, I like it how, like, when somebody knocks on the door, all four of them are pulling out a gun.
Yeah, everybody got a gun. Like,
Making you see what stuff there. That's the cool thing. And I like how the way when they kill people, they dispose of the bodies. All right, when they were in Atlantic City, the hitmen that came after them, they put them in the concrete foundation. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. But that's just the cool thing.
It's good seeing. It's good seeing Reacher with peers and contemporaries.
Yes.
Because you do get a sense of how odd he can be compared to other people they live in life. Reacher is living life too, but he just lives life completely differently than them. And this is what feeds into me thinking that Reacher is probably somewhere on the spectrum of how minimalist his life is. Right? It's like even less Spartan and military because he don't need none of that shit.
No.
And the characters challenge him on that a couple of times. O'Donnell especially. O'Donnell respects him, but he's not above teasing teasing Reacher about what he is, trying to get him to understand and look at his situation. Like, you was a whole hobo. He said, yeah, but if I needed that, if I needed more extra clothes, that means I need a house to put them in. And then I need a car in the driveway. And now you got all these attachments and you can't leave. It's like, yeah, but that's normal, dude. Like, it's just understanding how this dude processes the world and how it's different from his other counterparts. That are people that know him, respect him, like him, will go to bat for him in any situation, right? But they interact with the world completely differently than he does. And they really don't understand how he interacts in that way, but they accept it as that's him. That's
his team understands him and they get him. But also they have a certain thing like, okay, O'Donnell settled down. I think just for him, having a family grounded him. Reacher was already grounded, but I think because of his own whatever it is with him, his personal thing, that's why he from him being a military brat and from him just knowing the military, that's always kept him grounded. But by him being the free spirit and just being the modern day Kwai-Chang Kane, going from destination to destination and just getting in adventures and being a troubleshooter, that's where he says he's most free and he can understand it. Now, Dixon, for her, she was in a relationship, and you can see, I like how the way he gave that kind of glare. Oh, you were in a relationship? And you could see Neely give a look at him, and she kind of gave a little smirk.
Oh, you do care.
And she said, yeah, it didn't really work out because he wanted more of a relationship, wanted to settle down. And you could tell Dixon is not the type of person to have the normal settled down type of life. She's a chick that she likes that adventure.
She tried.
And she said she tried it. And then, Reacher was like, good for you. And he was like,
well, because it was to his benefit in a sense, because she recognized she can be a little much, because she found one thing that she didn't think was right, and she profiled his whole shit, broke down everything, and found out I was wrong.
Yeah,
I dug into this man's whole life on some shit, and I was actually wrong. It's like, who wants to deal with that shit? I was being a little bit too crazy, so I had to walk away from that situation.
But
like, well, at least that's a woman that I've never seen that before. Like, holy cow!
But here's the thing: this is a person who, like how you said, who's on the spectrum, who Reacher can understand her because he's like that.
She spun a whole scenario.
And he can understand that because, well, first of all, here's the funny thing. Like when she was in the casino and she's piling up and he's looking, racking up, and like, the tip bosses, the tip bosses says, ma'am, well, why don't you racked it up enough? Here's some free money. She says, well, I'm just getting started. I said, well, ma'am, you're winning because you're counting cards. She's like, no, I was counting cards. Now I'm trying to gather my winnings. And she says, get that guy with the members only jacket on back there. He looks like he would like to see that old 80s review. And when she cashes in with the money, he said, and Reacher says to her, hey, with the winnings you got, do da. And she was like, all right. And that was the cool thing. He wasn't telling her just take the money, but he was like, with the winnings, you could do that. That could help them out with this case that they're on. And while they were walking and they're talking, they were having kind of like a three-way conversation. They're having a three-way conversation about them. And she's admitting to him that she's attracted to him and she's always been attracted to him. And he said, I was your boss and it was inappropriate. And she boldly says, well, you're not my boss now.
Yeah,
and he's kind of stumped right there. And he looks and he says, he kind of avoids and talks about the case and everything. He says, well, let's talk about this a little bit more when we get back after we deal with the guys here. She said, yeah, there were 2 guys in the back. I said, these guys are on point because they see that people are following them and they notice what's going on. And then what I like that they separate. I said, okay, yeah, this chick, she knows what to do. I said, that's what I like. I said, okay.
Yeah, capable. He was like, oh, I was going to hit this fence. You know, make these motherfuckers this way. Like, okay, this is what we doing.
And, you know, he's healing his battle wounds. And she's sitting there looking at him and with her scar. And it was like, okay. And she tried to push his big ass on that bed and got on top of him. I was like, there you go, player. I was like, all right.
She's trying to overpower his ass. Like, they can wrestle now. Like, okay. Yeah, I actually like that, seeing that somebody actually gets Reacher, because you would think from watching it, like most people were saying it in the show, is that everybody thought Neely and Reacher were that close. It's like, nah, that's my friend.
Well, that's the thing, because remember they said it in the first or second episode of this season, why those two don't have, because it's that certain respect and how the way. Well, first of all, I think because he was professional, he saw her as that, but also you know what, I think she respects him because of how the way he respected the 1/10. He respected her and he saw everybody's strengths and weaknesses. He liked how the way the people were a family and were a unit. And that's why he put them out there in the bar to make them work together, because you're going to have to work together.
Yeah, you're going to see if they can work together.
And it was that motley crew.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you saw that he was the leader, and how the way, you know, and this is a good thing when you start showing good storytelling, when they had their office, like they had all that shit there. But then when you see, as it goes on, the office gets more organized. And when you see Reacher and Dixon in the flashbacks when they're in the office, you see Dixon with all these files on her desk, but they're neat. And you see Reacher nothing on his desk, but they're going through these files, and Dixon is staying late, and also Reacher's staying late. It shows them that how professional they are. But you can see she's not just attracted to him physically, she's attracted to him mentally, because how the way his memory and his mind works, and then going for numbers. See, he's a mathematical genius, but she's also one. And she's seeing how the way that they both pick up stuff, and he's relying on her and how the way they're handling stuff. And their success rate, even in the books, they said when the 1/10 was together for those 3 years, they closed like 200 to 300 cases, all successful. Then all of a sudden, abruptly, they wanted to end it. You could tell some chicanery was going on in that.
Yeah, they was closing too many cases too quick. Getting a little close to something. I would say this. I liken the Neely and Reacher relationship to, if you ever saw Firefly, the Mal relationship, and why am I going to forget Gina Torres's character's name? God damn it.
I forgot her name too.
God damn. I just had it on the tip of my tongue. But Mal and her had a good relationship, but Mal and her had been in war together. They had been in war together. They had lost friends and stuff like that. They knew what it meant to be there with each other.
Like Clint and Natasha too.
Yeah, so they would, exactly, just like Clint and Natasha, right? So there's an understanding, there is a love there, but it's not a romantic love. It is a love like brother or sister or family. They're like family to each other. Neely and Reacher are like family to each other. They get each other. They got each other from the first go. You see it in the show, right? And because of that, they are really devoted to looking out for each other. Like he keeps tabs with Neely. He might not keep tabs with everybody else. Neely keeps tabs with everybody else, but she keeps tabs with Reacher. He keeps tabs with her. They know what's going on with each other for the most part. She knows how to get in touch with him if she needs to.
Mm.
But she gives him his space to be fucking weird, just like he gives her space in being how she is. So it's a
And you
relationship
know what?
that works, and it doesn't need to be overly complicated. And the Neely character says that in the show. It works. Works the way it is. I'm not doing anything to fuck that up.
And she does things that she doesn't need to really do for him.
Right.
Like putting a little extra in his bank account.
Right.
Now, mind you, he's a retired major.
Pulling a pension. Like,
Pulling a pension. He's pulling a pretty easy, good pension. And for him,
and he ain't got shit.
he ain't got shit. So all and here's the thing. At the most, Reacher, like if he's going from every town to town, all he's buying is secondhand jeans, boots,
Thrift store shit.
yeah, a
Food.
jacket and a t-shirt. And somehow, if he eats food, for him being so big and how the way he eats all them carbs, he stays in shape.
You're walking a lot.
Yeah. Because the only thing he has is an ATM card and a travel toothbrush.
That's the funny part. Is like, you unpacked yet? Yep. That's toothbrush down on the counter. Yep, I'm unpacked. Funny.
And here's the funny thing. He always pays Neely back.
Yeah.
And Neely's like, you don't have to do that. Like, remember when he got the suits? Did Neely pay for his suit?
Somebody else paid for a suit.
Dixon paid for it?
I think Dixon might have paid for it. Dixon got the car. Neely might have paid for the suits. I can't remember who paid for the shit.
I think Neely paid for his suit. And she paid for her dress. Dixon paid for her dress. O'Donnell paid for his suit. And I like when he saw Dixon. And he was like, ooh.
They're like, hey, nigga.
What I like about Dixon,
it was both looking kind of like, God damn it.
No, but Dixon slid. Dixon, you know what Dixon did? She walked past him and winked at him and just brushed on his arm, like, hey, it kind of like that. She didn't go when he like, ooh, you look good. She just
nothing overt.
Yeah, she just winked at him when walked by and touched it. But Neely sees everything. She checks it out. O'Donnell sees it too, but he's like, okay, but like that was just the cool thing. I like that.
So it was Zoe. Gina Torres' character in Firefly was Zoe. Zoe and Mal.
Yep.
Good relationship. But I'm gonna go ahead and end this now because it's just about 4:30.
Okay.
And I gotta get showered and changed because I got a movie at 6:50. So you got some final thoughts for these folks out here? I see Artie Moore showed up in here late.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna go shower up and eat some dinner, man. And I'm gonna try to see. I don't know if I'm gonna muster up the energy to see Echo.
Hey, don't let me ruin it for you. You might enjoy the shit.
I don't know. I'm
just telling you what I saw. I just tell you what I saw.
I'm off. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to binge watch tonight until tomorrow morning. So I don't know if I'm going to do. Man, I'm old, Arson. I'm fucking old. Everybody in the chat, I'm old. I try to binge watch something. Even on a day, I fall asleep on the third or fourth episode. And I be taking coffee and no-dos, man. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna binge watch this shit. Third episode in, I can hear myself snoring on the couch. And I wake up, wiping the saliva off. And you're like, oh man, I gotta rewind back and try to figure out what it was. I was like, oh God, I ain't got it no more, man.
Like me doing a review after work. It's like, man, I gotta do this shit right after 6 o'clock. I do it any later than 6 o'clock. Y'all gonna get me. I'm serious. I've seen it. I've watched a video of falling asleep trying to do a review. Falling the fuck asleep. I'm like,
you get that Riggs and Murtaugh stuff. Getting too old for this shit. Oh, but nah, man. Let us know what's the name movie is, man.
Yeah, I will, because it's supposed to be funny.
Lakeith Stanfield, right?
Yeah, Lakeith Stanfield.
Okay.
It was a choice between American Fiction and Book of Clarence.
Okay.
And I was out, so I couldn't go see American Fiction. I just saw the trailer yesterday. Well, it seemed interesting. Jeffrey Wright, some other people in it that I like. But Book of
Isn't
Clarence.
Sterling K. Brown in it too?
Yeah.
Okay. And Erica Alexander.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was listening to most of the trailer. I was listening to the trailer because I was out at dinner. So I was just listening to it because I couldn't watch it and hear it at the same time. And then when I looked at the screen, I was like, oh, I know this character. I know this actor. Okay, I like this person. But that's not the movie I'm going to see today. I was invited to a movie, so somebody is taking me to a movie instead of me paying for people to go to a movie.
Okay.
I guess it has to happen sooner or later. So I'll see the Book of Clarence and give you guys a review or report on that one because it was on my list to go see this year. So I'll look forward to that. Eat my popcorn and enjoy my flick, my red wine.
Fall asleep.
No, because I'm debating on calling out tomorrow. Even though I was forgetting the fact that it was MLK Day, so I should have took my floating holiday and dropped it right there. I didn't think about that shit until Friday when I was thinking about what day of the week it was. It's like, oh, there is a holiday Monday. Oh shit! Why am I going to work on Martin Luther King Day? So I don't know. I might call out tomorrow or leave early or some shit. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. They pissing me off. I might just stay home.
All right.
But,
well,
so
enjoy the movie,
that's
bro.
stuff I need to binge on tonight when I get back. But I do need to watch Reacher before I go and then watch that so I can get those two done and get back on my Blue Eye Samurai.
All right, home. Well, enjoy yourself.
I need to invite him to a pool hall. Invite me wherever you like to get your ass kicked, dude. It's your business. Far be it from me. You pick the place you want to be buried.
All right, that's too violent for me.
Just trying to scare his ass off. Let him know I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't afraid of Mr. Z, and he can kick my ass publicly on Gran Turismo. I still race his ass. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm all about the competition. Get better. But appreciate you, Malika, coming
No
up.
problem. All right, man. Enjoy yourself. Be safe.
Yes, sir. De-stress. So that was the Malika Me Bane, my cinephilic brother, coming up, giving him some thoughts on some talk on Reacher, since he's watching the Reacher along with me. Thank you guys for coming up and supporting the stream. Shout out to Aquatechy for doubling up on the stream. Appreciate you, Techie. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Never let a hard time on the was.
This motherfucker must have felt me talking about her. All right, so like I said before earlier, about an hour ago, this is Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday from 11 a.m. Pacific time until it closes out. 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. So like, share, subscribe to the channel, click the bell because I go live in the morning during the week and randomly at times when I feel like I have something I want to share or discuss with you all. Appreciate everybody coming through. Malika Me Bane and my brothers Chris and Joe from Fracture Comics. Chris giving you his new book, first novel, revised. Pick it up on Amazon. And Joe with his comics, 2 of his comics out of the 5. I think he has Arc and Hellfire from Fracture Comics, also available online. You can go to their website, Fracture Comics, or check them out on Facebook for Fracture Comics or Instagram, Fracture Comics, and they have link trees to all their stuff so you can buy, support, and help these brothers out and get their message ideas and stuff out there. You can watch dumb shit like Echo. You can read their stuff, and it's not dumb. So Appreciate you. Thought Tiana Taylor was promoting Book of Clarence too. I don't even know who Tiana Taylor is. So I can't respond to that. I don't even know who the hell she is. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for coming through today. I will see you guys next time. But for now, the shop is closed. Peace. Catch y'all next time.